site-specific plan amendment process. As many of you may recall, we had our kickoff meeting back in March on the 5th as well. We'll talk a little bit about some of what was discussed at that meeting, but today marks our first virtual venture into this process to try to have some degree of normalcy and to sort of keep the ball rolling on some of these things. The first item of business that I want to take care of is to sort of go over the WebEx rules or user interface. For that, I'm going to
All right, and thank you, Mike. Just 1 second. Trying to see if we can add a couple of additional people before we get started.
quick test, Mr. Chamberlain, can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So as we're waiting for a couple of additional folks to get into the meeting, I wanted to just go ahead and explain. My name is Graham, by the way. I work with Mike and Jen and Clara, who you're familiar with on the Mason SSPA staff side of things. Just a couple of quick tips on how to do WebEx in the platform. If you are a member of the public who's joining this by the attendee link that was on the track and nomination page, or if you're a task force member or a nominator, you have the ability to use the video interface that you have in front of you. You also have the ability to call in from your phone. So there's a couple of different ways that you can be involved in the meeting. Regarding the video feed, there are a couple of buttons that I just wanted to point everybody in the direction of. They're pretty basic commands that we're using for this meeting, but I just wanted to go through them very quickly so that everybody understands how the interface works. If you click on the main interface screen, where you'll most likely see a face of probably of me speaking right now, you'll see a series of radial buttons towards the bottom of your screen. On the very left-hand side, you'll see a mute and unmute button. We ask that everybody, kind of as a default, have themselves set for mute. And you'll know that you're muted if that button is red. So when you're ready to speak, you can either click that button to unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand, which I'll get to in a second, so that we have a bit of an order in terms of who's speaking. The second button is your video option. So if you have a webcam that's enabled, you can either mute it, or excuse me, you can either stop the video feed or start it. So you can toggle that on and off as you see fit. Members of the task force will have the ability to share content. So if they wanted to share something that's on their screen, they can click that button. You'll just need to ask either Michael or myself to become the presenter. So we'll do that for the nominators, for example.
Sorry.
Yeah. The next button over that most will see is it looks like a person with what I call the hamburger, but it's 3 horizontal lines, and that's your participants button. When you'll be able to see the members of the task force that are on the call, and also very importantly, you'll be able to see in that interface a icon that's it looks like a hand. And so we ask that just in terms of running the meeting, if you have a comment or a question, one way to get the attention of either Mr. Mikowski or Michael or any of the staff is to click that button. That'll raise your hand in the participants view so that people know that you have a question or a comment. This also goes for members of the public.
Which button is that? Which button is that?
It's a small. Sure. So when you've clicked on the participants panel, that button right there where you see the names of the members of the task force, in the bottom right-hand corner of that participants panel, you'll see a small button that looks like a hand. And so you can just click on that, and that'll tell you that you're in line to speak. And then from there, you can mute or unmute yourself, and staff has the ability to mute and unmute people as well. The last one that I'll go over is the chat button. It looks like just a little chat bubble like you might see in a cartoon. We're asking that people reserve this for technical questions so that we can ensure that the actual communication of the task force, both with the public and amongst themselves, remains verbal in nature. But if you have a question of a technical nature, you can raise it in the chat bar. With that, I would just reiterate that the sound quality works best when most people are muted most of the time, except when they're speaking. So I would just reiterate that as a formality. And Mike, that's pretty much how to WebEx. So if you have anybody has any questions about it, I'm happy to answer. But that's the long and short of it.
Perfect. Thank you, Graham. Appreciate that. The first order of business that we need to take care of is that during the virtual meeting process, the county has a script that we need to provide to each task force member. We've sort of done this ad hoc before the meeting, testing everyone's mic, making sure that everyone is audible and that you can hear us. But we need to formally do that. To go through that process, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Machowski to read through the script.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to be reading from a script. Please bear with me. To conduct this meeting wholly electronically and to effectuate both the emergency procedures authorized by FOIA and the emergency ordinance, the Mason District SSPA Task Force, known as the Task Force, needs to make certain findings and determinations for the record. It's a bit cumbersome, so I ask you in advance for your patience. First, because each member of the task force is participating in this meeting from a separate location, we must verify that a quorum of members is participating and that each member's voice is clear, audible, and at an appropriate volume for all of the other members. Accordingly, I am going to conduct a roll call and ask each task force member participating in this meeting to state your name and the location from which you are participating. I ask that each of you pay close attention to ensure that you can hear each of your colleagues. Following this roll call, we will vote to establish that every member can hear every other member. So I will begin the roll call now. When I call your name, you need to unmute yourself to give that information. Again, your name, your location. And Michael, if I'm correct, the location could just be Falls Church or Alexandria or Annandale. Doesn't have to be
correct. It does not have to be your personal address, correct?
Right. Okay. So I'm Marty Machowski, and I'm calling in from Falls Church. Robert Chamberlain.
Hey, Mark, how are you today?
Good.
I am Robert Chamberlain, and I am here from Alexandria, Virginia, Fairfax County.
Thank you. Joshua Booth.
Hey, Marty. I'm here. Joshua Booth is here over in Lincolnia.
Great. Jeff Longo.
Jeff Longo, County President from Seven Corners.
Thanks, Jeff. Alice Wang. Alice may join us later. Barbara Burgess.
Hi, this is Barbara Burgess calling in from Falls Church as well.
Great. Dave Nguyen.
Hi, I'm Dave Nguyen calling from Annandale.
Hi, Dave. Donna Jacobson.
Hi, I'm Donna Jacobson calling from Annandale.
William Likos. Bill, you're muted.
Bill Likos calling from Falls Church.
Welcome, Bill. Ed Fahey.
Ed Fye calling from Annandale.
Thanks, Ed. Vinod Gupta. Vinod. He was here before. Okay. Jan Keys. Jan, you're muted.
Jan Keys in Falls Church.
Thank you, Jan. And Karen Geyer-Smith?
Karen Geyer-Smith calling in from Fairfax, Virginia.
Thank you. Has Bernard joined? Alice? No? Okay. At this point, I'm supposed to pass the gavel to the virtual co-chairman so that I may be heard to make the requisite motion. Jan, if you would serve as the virtual co-chairperson for this motion. I move that each member's voice may be adequately heard by each other member of the Mason District SSPA Task Force. Is there a second?
Second.
All opposed say, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Great. Need for an electronic meeting. Second of our steps. Having established that each member's voice may be heard by every other member, we must next establish the nature of the emergency that compels these emergency procedures. The fact that we are meeting electronically, what type of electronic communications is being used, and how we have arranged for public access to this meeting. Therefore, I move that the state of emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic makes it unsafe for the task force to physically assemble and unsafe for the public to physically attend any such meetings, and that as such, FOIA's usual procedures, which require the physical assembly of the task force and the physical presence of the public, cannot be implemented safely or practically. I further move that the task force may conduct this meeting electronically through a dedicated video and audio conferencing line, and that the public may access this meeting by registering through the meeting link on the track a nomination page of the SSPA website at, do I have to read the URL? Yeah? Oh, okay. https://www.fairfaxcounty.gov/planning-development/plan-amendments/SSPA/track-nomination, or by calling 1-408-418-9388. The TTY is 711, and entering access code 129-203-0777. It is so moved. Or a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Finally, it is next required that all of the members addressed on today's matters addressed on today's agenda must address the emergency itself, are necessary for continuity in Fairfax County government, and are statutorily required or necessary to continued operations and the discharge of the Mason District SSPA Task Force's lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. It is so moved.
Second.
Take care of that for a second. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All right. While I was just getting some feedback, everyone go on, well, I can't go on mute for this. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. And the motions that allow us to proceed carry. I noticed that we're joined by Supervisor Penny Gross. Welcome, Penny, to our virtual meeting. We're also joined by Task Force member Alice Wang. Alice, don't go away. We need you to certify that you can hear us and we can hear you, and announce your name and where you are calling in from.
Yes, I can hear you. And I'm calling you from Falls Church.
Thank you. Has Bernard joined? Not yet. Well, welcome everyone.
We did see, oh, sorry, Marty, we do see
Oh,
on the roster here.
Bernard, would you
Yes.
just announce yourself and your location and confirm that you can hear me, I guess.
Yes, this is Vinod Gupta. I can hear you calling from Annandale.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to see everyone's here in this emergency time and that you're all doing well. And I hope you and family and friends are well as well. Michael, let's get on with the agenda. Wait a second, before I forget, Jeff Longo has asked for 30 seconds to address us on a unrelated but important public health matter. Jeff, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you so much, Marty. I asked for just 30 seconds today because today the governor announced a huge announcement today in our battle against COVID in that Virginia is the first state to announce the availability of an application through the Virginia Department of Health called COVID-Wise, which is built off using smartphone technology to enable contact tracing using smartphones. It's built off of a contact tracing platform that Apple and Google co-developed. It's built using privacy protection built in. Not to get into the nuts and bolts, keep to this 30 seconds. It's using randomized tokens and it's not tracking your location, sending it using Bluetooth. You can learn a lot more about this at the Virginia Department of Health website, vdh.virginia.gov/COVIDWISE, COVIDWISE. That's the name of the app. You can just go to the iOS App Store or the Google Play Store. But this is a huge boost to contact tracing by using this smartphone technology, but only works if we all, use it together. So thanks for that 30 seconds or less. It's brand news today. So thank you. Yes, you're on mute, but I myself downloaded it as well. So it's free.
Okay. Michael, why don't we start for everyone's, just as a little stage setting, we're going to hear the Arlington Boulevard nomination first. Then we're going to hear the First Christian Church nomination. We will follow the outline as prepared by and sent to us earlier today by Michael. Michael, I'll leave it to you to manage the first part of the agenda. Sure.
So one of the first orders of business that we need to revisit actually are the task force roles and responsibilities. Many of you all may recall that we adopted a first round of roles and responsibilities back in March. We have since updated that document to include some additional information regarding the electronic meeting process, as well as the public comment section as well. I think I forwarded that out to most of you on Sunday, and I want to just check with everyone, just a nodding of heads that you've had a chance to look at it. I'll open it up. I won't go into too much detail for the sake of time. For folks who are joining us on the meeting, the roles and responsibilities can be found on the track and nomination webpage under the meeting information section, if you want to take a look. Does anyone have any questions or recommendations for revising that document?
Michael, I just have one question and one point.
Sure.
A number of people have joined us as viewers, and there will be an opportunity for the public to participate in as we go into the nominations. Can we just briefly make sure that everyone who would like to do that understands how they raise their hands, how they get in the queue, how they'll be recognized to make comments during the
proceeding?
Sure. Consider.
Absolutely. So if you are looking at the agenda, the way we have this arranged is that we will offer staff presentations first. Much of that information is also online. We put up an advanced presentation sharing staff's recommendations. We will do so again tonight for the sake of the group. And then we will turn the presentation over to the nominators and allow the nominators to speak directly about their proposal and to provide their statement of justification to you all. The nominators will be available for questions. We would like to have the task force have a first round of questions or comments initially. We will then open the meeting up to the public. As Graham explained earlier in the process, there is a hand icon to your left. So those members of the public who wish to make a comment or who would like to add to the discussion in some way will have the opportunity to do so. Following public comment, we'll turn it back over to the task force. And you all as a group will have the option to decide if you have enough information tonight, if you're comfortable rendering a recommendation, or you have the option to defer recommendation to our final meeting, which is scheduled for September 9th, I believe.
And Michael, people who are participating by phone, because there's an option to do that,
Yes, sir.
are they able to raise their hands and participate?
They are, and Graham, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it is *3. So if you're joining us by phone, you don't have a video feed. If you press *3 on your phone, that will signal our staff that you are raising your hand, and then we will call on your name and open the floor to you.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay.
So hearing no revisions to the roles and responsibilities, Marty, I'll leave it up to you to readopt those procedures.
Okay, I move that the Mason District SSPA Task Force readopt the revised roles and responsibilities. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. The revised rules and procedures are adopted.
Perfect. Thank you all. Our next order of business, we have on the agenda process schedule and updates. The short answer is that nothing has changed in terms of the process itself. The nominations that we brought before you in March are the same nominations that we are asking you all to consider today. The only thing that has changed, of course, is our schedule. We have, of course, been delayed as most people have. I believe our goal originally was to have the nominations go before the board in the summer of this year. That has now been pushed back until January of 2021. So that's about a 6-month delay. Other than that, the process remains intact. I just want to make sure that if anyone had any questions amongst the task force about that, about our schedule or.
Michael, I had a question that was answered earlier, but I'd like to just share it with the task force members.
Sure.
The process, as I now understand it, includes our work, a work by the Planning Commission, which will make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and it will go to the Board of Supervisors as an action item, which indicates, and Penny, correct me if I'm wrong, that there will not be a public hearing process before the Board of Supervisors, but it will go as simply as an action item. The next, which will, based on the board's decision, will move into phase 2, which will bring it back to the task force and begin a more intensive and involved public participation process again.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's right. That's right. Yes, the process is sort of administrative at this point, and then it goes back to a public process when there's something for everybody to react to.
Right.
And so we only do this every few years. It's a different process, as you know, from rezonings and special exceptions and regular land use. So we'll see what happens and notify everybody of the next steps when we're back to the public process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gross. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail to provide some information for folks who may be joining the process for the first time tonight. So we'll dive in a little bit deeper there. I want to briefly recap what we accomplished at our first meeting. I believe we adopted our, or nominated and accepted our co-chair, Mrs. Alice Wayne, who's joining us tonight. Thank you. As well as Jeff Longo, who is our secretary for this process. Jeff, we appreciate you as well. Just for everyone's information, Jeff is going to be responsible for recording the votes. When you all feel comfortable in rendering a recommendation, Jeff will collect that. That information will be forwarded to Mr. Machowski for his signature, and then on to staff. Jeff.
Yes. So if we have a, I also just noticed on here, if we have a modification, would I also be writing that in as well?
That's correct. So you all will have the opportunity to consider each nomination sort of at face value, or if there are elements of the proposal that you like or that you would appreciate staff studying further, you will have the option to move those forward in the process.
Okay. Can if that should happen, just go ahead and make me a presenter, because I'll type that text in real time just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Absolutely. And thank you again for taking on that responsibility. We really appreciate it.
Mike, this is Graham. Barbara Burgess asked the question in the chat of how votes will be taken. So do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's best if we follow a similar procedure that we did for the roll call. If you all feel comfortable voting, I'll turn it over to Mr. Machowski. He will call your name one by one, and then you can say either yay or nay to the recommendation, and we'll tally it that way. There's not too many of us, so hopefully that process should go pretty smoothly. All right. The other thing that we accomplished in the first meeting was that we provided you all with an overview of the nominations. Again, this is information that can be found on our track a nomination webpage. Staff did offer some preliminary thoughts about how we would consider each of these nominations during the screening phase. We also spent some time talking about comp planning, Comp Plan 101, and really defining what the SSPA process was. So I'm gonna pick up there tonight. It's going to be an abbreviated version just to remind everyone what our sort of role is at this stage of the process. And if I could request Graham or Jen host capabilities to pull up this presentation.
Yeah, let me get that to you. 1 second, Mike.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions in the meantime?
Okay,
awesome. Thank you, Graham.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Can everyone see my screen okay? Awesome.
Yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and dive in tonight. We have a lot of information that we like to cover. A couple of points that we want to make tonight. Today, we are planning to share staff's preliminary consideration for the screening phase of the process. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about what the screening phase entails. We're also going to provide the task force with the opportunity to interact with the nominators directly. You're able to ask them questions about their proposal. And the task force will have the opportunity, if you so choose, to render your recommendation tonight, or again, you have the option of deferring to the September 9th date. So what is the screening phase? The screening phase really focuses on asking a simple question, and that's whether or not the nominations should make it onto staff's 2021 work program. During the screening phase, we're going to ask the task force and the staff and the planning commission to look generally at the merits of each of the nominations. Are there any contrary points in the nomination that run contrary to the county's comprehensive plan? And are there anything about the nomination at face value that you all believe that the nominator should, or the nomination shouldn't move forward? It's a very general question. A lot of times we aim to focus on the impacts of the nomination, and that's work that we haven't done as of yet. That's work that would take place once or if a nomination makes it onto the work program. A part of that consideration is whether or not the nomination should undergo additional analysis. We take our time in trying to review each nomination. We work with our partner agencies to really do a thorough assessment of what the impacts may be. That includes transportation impacts, impacts to schools, impacts to public infrastructure. None of that has been done at this stage, and we don't propose doing any of that for the nominations unless they make it onto our work program. It's really what you all are being asked to consider tonight. I did receive a number of questions, and Mr. Machowski, you spoke to this earlier in the presentation about the decision-making order. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors will receive 3 recommendations. They'll receive a task force recommendation, they'll receive a recommendation from planning staff, and they'll also receive a recommendation from the Planning Commission. We'll have opportunities for public input both tonight in the task force process, as well as the public hearing process when these recommendations move forward to the Planning Commission. Our goal is really to focus on supporting the task force. Again, staff has already rendered our recommendations. We'll do so again. The public will have the opportunity to submit comments directly to the task force members as well. I want to pause just for a second and thank each and every one in the community who has taken the time to write letters. We received a number of letters regarding the nominations that we'll hear tonight. If you have visited our webpage, you may have noticed that many of those comments are not there. It takes some time to format and to effectively get those comments together. We were able to forward those comments on to the task force directly. So they're not on the website yet. We will compile them and make them available publicly, but we were able to forward them to the task force for consideration. If you don't hear a point that you raised tonight in the discussion, we will make sure to give you the opportunity to do so. All of the process that I've described thus far occurs only in the screening phase, and that's the first set of public hearings that you see here to your left. If a nomination does meet the recommendations, we will have an additional opportunity to consider each nomination in more detail if and when it makes it onto the work program. And we have a first round of public hearings right after the screening process, as well as another round of public hearings at the end of the work program. And I believe Supervisor Gross, I can't see, I'm sorry, that you wanted to make a comment. Let's see if I can jump back here.
Thank you, Michael. I just really wanted to thank everybody for continuing the process. We had a long hiatus, and I really appreciate the task force agreeing to continue, and also the staff for all of their work. I also want to thank those who are attending as constituents and citizens who have concerns about some of these. It was very helpful, I think, to have that level of communication. We don't always have that when we have various land use issues around, so I do appreciate that. On a slightly facetious note, I have, we've done a lot of land use in Mason District over time, but I don't think we ever planned for beaches and palm trees. I noticed that Bernard and Alice both have beaches and palm trees behind them. And that's not what we're planning to do in land use right now, at least not until, for many, many years, until climate change forces us to do that. So thank you, everybody, for your participation. I'm anxious to hear what the discussion is going to be, and I will be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gross, and I look forward to the day. We'll get the palm trees here in Mason. All right, let's continue. I did want to reiterate where information can be found on our website. I know it's not necessarily the easiest information to find. I'll give you my little secret. I Google it. That's the easiest way to get there. If you just type track a nomination Fairfax County into Google, it will take you directly here. There's a section on that page that says meeting information with a list of the 3 districts, Lee, Mount Vernon, and Mason. If you click on the Mason dropdown, this information will populate, and it should have the agenda, roles and responsibilities, all of our presentations and our materials as well. So hopefully that helps people sort of navigate to that page a little bit more. All right, so in total, we received 6 nominations in Mason District. 4 of the nominations are in the northern portion of the district, just outside of the Seven Corners CBC. 2 of the nominations are in the southern portion of the district within the Annandale Community Business Center. And tonight we're going to focus on 2 of those nominations. And that includes PC 19-MA-001 from First Christian Church, as well as PC 19-MA-003, which focuses on a series of residential properties along Arlington Boulevard, as well as Spring Terrace. So with that, we're going to jump right into our presentations. I'm going to turn things over to Jen to share staff's recommendations.
Great, thanks so much, Mike. Before I get started, I'm gonna test you all for hand raising. For task force members, could you, with a show of hands, indicate if you've all been able to view either the staff presentation or read the preliminary staff report, or watch the, okay, that works too, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Great, thanks so much. So as Mike mentioned at the onset of the meeting, I will be going over the site, the nomination, the comp plan, just for the benefit of the group. And I'll also be discussing the preliminary staff recommendation, and then we'll be turning it over to the nominators for them to give their presentation. So with that, I will ask Graham if he could please share the presentation again on the screen. Oh, actually, Mike.
Thank you. I can't. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I have to. Okay. Very good. Thank you. So next slide.
And Jennifer, you're going to do these one at a time?
I am, correct. So we're going to be starting with the one that I think is listed as Arlington Boulevard.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. So the first nomination that I'll be discussing with you all tonight is a series of residential properties, as Mike mentioned, along Arlington Boulevard or Route 50, just outside of the Seven Corners Community Business Center, which you'll see outlined in black on this slide. Next slide, please. So to orient you a little bit to the property and to this area of the county, if you're not familiar, I'm using my pointer, which I realize you can't see, but to the leftmost portion of this image is Meadows Farms Nursery. It's the leftmost edge, perfect, right there. Next to that is a series of single-family homes that have been fairly recently developed. And adjacent to that, of course, is the nomination area that's shown in yellow. There are a series of 7 parcels in total. 6 are located along a service drive between Beechwood Lane and Aspen Lane. And most of them contain single-family detached homes. There is 1 parcel that is part of the nomination area that is behind this set of 6 parcels. It's the corner lot of Aspen Lane and Spring Terrace. Essentially, the nomination area is surrounded by low-density residential uses on 3 sides. There are townhomes on the other side of Aspen Lane, outside of the nomination area. Across the street on the other side of Arlington Boulevard are commercial properties that are part of the Seven Corners Community Business Center. They're developed with gas station, Hampton Inn, the Lauren Apartments with some ground level retail, and an office building. Next slide. Please, thank you. So the adopted comprehensive plan for the nomination area recommends a residential use at a density of 2 to 3 dwelling units per acre. There is also site-specific guidance that recommends retaining this residential use and discouraging commercial encroachment for this nomination area. Surrounding the nomination area, the current plan is also for residential use at a density of 2 to 3 dwelling units per acre. The Sleepy Hollow neighborhood, which is immediately behind the subject area, is planned for residential at 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre. The townhomes are planned for 5 to 8. And again, across the street in the Seven Corner CBC, that area is planned for a mix of uses as part of the Seven Corner CBC. Next slide, please. So the nomination proposes amending the comprehensive plan to add an option for assisted living, nursing care, or memory care for a total development of about 90,000 square feet, which is equal to approximately a 0.48 floor area ratio. Next slide. So there are primarily two considerations that came about through staff's analysis during the screening phase of the process. One of them had to do with the proposed intensity of the nomination, the amount of development that is being proposed, and the ability to provide a compatibility with the surrounding single-family neighborhoods. That was a major concern from staff's perspective in reviewing this nomination, again, during the screening phase. Next slide. So as I just mentioned, these are related, but the configuration of the nomination area as well made it difficult to see how, with the intensity, how there could be an appropriate height and scale and transition to the low density neighborhood surrounding the nominated area. Oh, next slide. So with those considerations in mind, staff does not recommend adding this nomination to the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Work Program for further analysis. So that ends my presentation. I believe we'll turn it over to the nominator now.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Michael, can you allow me to share my screen?
Here, Maria, I will. 1 second.
Okay, thank you, Graham.
All right. Maria, can you see that you have presenter privileges now?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Okay.
And Mr. Just very quickly, Mr. Riveros just wanted to mention that he's unmuted currently right now. So if he'd like to speak, he can as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Balmer, and I will be presenting on behalf of the nominator, Albert Riveros. Jen just did a great job at, oh, sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical issues. Okay. Okay, so Jen just did a great job at going over the parcel that we're looking at, so I won't spend time looking at that, but I did want to bring up a few things about the site that we're working with. So we have 7 parcels, and 6 of them currently have homes in them, and the building condition ranges from average to poor. Down here we can see the picture of one of the parcels that is facing Arlington Boulevard, and on this slide we can see some of the other parcels that we're dealing with And I wanted to point out how some of these parcels are not regularly maintained or landscaped. And to give a little bit of context of the parcels that we're looking at and what's going around them, is that we have, like Jen mentioned, we have parcels along Arlington Boulevard that are currently being used for commercial, office, and a mix of uses as well. And we also know, based on the Jefferson Planning District Comprehensive Plan, that Arlington Boulevard is scheduled for widening, which is signaling the increase in traffic and the noise that will come into the neighborhood in the future. So when we take these two factors into account, we can appreciate how the value and appeal for low-density residential uses is only going to continue to diminish on this site. And here is a map similar to the one that Jen showed, where we can see the site and how it's right in between two areas on Arlington Boulevard that have been developed for office, retail, and a mix of uses, which only highlights the fact that being in front of such a high traffic corridor is not a desirable, low density residential doesn't seem to be a desirable use. We also have south of Seven Corners, we have the same contrast that Jen was mentioning before, where we have office, and then right behind of the office space we have low density residential, and we've seen this take place successfully. However, we're not proposing commercial or office. We're proposing to change the land use to institutional so that we can make room for a continuing care facility that will give services for our seniors in assisted living, nursing care, and memory care. And we've identified 3 areas in which we think that this can help advance the county's policy objectives. The first one is revitalization. Like I mentioned earlier, this site is not desirable for single family homes, and instead we can use this facility to buffer the noise coming in from Arlington Boulevard onto the neighborhood. And our plan is to do so in a way that it adds value to the neighborhood. We're planning on implementing aesthetic architecture that will preserve the neighborhood feel of Sleepy Hollow. In terms of economic development, again, we want to take advantage of the site's strategic location along Arlington Boulevard that has been commonly used for commercial uses or uses that are not strictly residential. We also know that for the county, the aging population is a big concern. We know this based on the Fairfax 50+ Community Action Plan. And again, this will provide resources for this population, which is increasing rapidly. And lastly, we would also create jobs in the continuing care industry. And then for our third policy objective, we have transportation and growth. And this facility as a transitional use can help us reduce the stark contrast there exists between the high traffic roadway and the neighborhood of Sleepy Hollow. And the idea is to use this land in accordance with the projected increase in traffic and the resulting noise. So what we're proposing again is a continuing care facility. It's not a commercial use or office. It would be the residence of seniors, and the idea is to have underground parking that will help maintain the neighborhood feel. And would also, given the footprint of the building, we would also have about 3 acres of open space that we can use to incorporate the appropriate setbacks, incorporate stormwater management and green infrastructure, and the appropriate buffers as well. And we'd have a lot of open space and landscaping that, again, we think we can add value to the neighborhood with. Here are 2 facilities that are in the state that we think incorporate some of the features that we're looking for. We want it to be, again, only 2 stories. We want it to be architecturally pleasing and look like it's part of the neighborhood. But in summary, what we're proposing is that we adapt to the changing needs of the county and this sector of the population that is growing rapidly, but also do it in a way that adds value to the communities and that tends to the community concerns. Thank you.
Great, Maria. Thank you for that. Mr. Bachowski, I wanted to turn it over to you and the task force for a preliminary round of questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you to the staff and thank you to the nominator for your presentations. Let me, as Jan Key is our representative on the task force, or lives in the Sleepy Hollow community, let me ask Jan to start the discussion here. Jan?
Okay, I'm happy to. Thank
Marty.
you.
Excuse me.
I have,
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
I have just a point of order to make sure that we don't appear to have any bias in any of those discussions. I don't know if us as a task force, when you have someone who has a personal involvement potentially in a community, being in very explicitly in the conversation about it to avoid any representation of bias.
Well, Michael, I'll look to you for guidance here, but we have members of the task force from a variety of communities. Some are more directly impacted by the developments than others. We've received a number of comments about this nomination from members of the Sleepy Hollow community, including from the Citizens Association. So I thought it would be appropriate to ask Jan to kick off this discussion. If the others have concerns about that, I'm happy to reconsider and throw it more open, but I thought it would be best to have that way to have some order.
Sure. So we do encourage, obviously, every task force member to be objective in their considerations when hearing nominators. But you all do represent a portion of Mason District. You were selected for the task force for that reason. So you are encouraged to bring your perspective into this, and to have a 13-member task force. So
okay,
I'll leave that to you.
Okay, and let me also preface it by saying that I'm going to be serving on this task force for the 5 remaining nominations. And I have spoken about this with the supervisor, and I will lend my my best objectivity, and I will judge them all from the same page, so to speak. But yes, I do live in the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood. I've lived there for about 30 years, and therefore I am familiar with the properties that are now before us. And it's my understanding that the objective we have is to review the nomination presented by Albert Riveros and to determine if his proposal to amend the county's comprehensive land use plan is consistent with current policy. My initial remarks will be short because you have available to you the many submissions from residents of Sleepy Hollow who have written to the task force members unanimously in opposition of the nomination. There are some 300 homes in Sleepy Hollow built beginning in about 1939. The Sleepy Hollow Citizens Association was founded in 1941 and continues some 79 years later. We are a cross-section of race, creeds, education, ages, and incomes. We are inclusive, actively social, and increasingly diverse. We are what the comprehensive land use plan recognizes and supports as a mature community of detached homes. We are a community of single-family residences trying to preserve stable residential neighborhoods well buffered from higher intensity use. The portion of the Route 50 corridor from the intersection with Aspen Lane to South Street should remain in single-family residential use. That's a direct quote from the comprehensive plan. It is our belief that approving the nomination will have a significant negative impact on our residents, our neighborhood, and our community. Another quote from the plan: Fairfax County should encourage a land use pattern that protects, enhances, and/or maintains stability in established residential neighborhoods. I call again your attention to the many community submissions in opposition to the proposal. They are indicative of our unity and passion, and I thank you.
And
Back to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Keys. And Marty, really quickly, I'm going to encourage the task force members to select the hand raise icon on the side, and then our staff can call on you if you'd like to make a comment or you have a question for staff or for Maria or Mr. Riveros.
Well, actually, if I may, I do have a question I'd like to ask of Mr. Riveros, because I'm a little confused. Do you own any of the properties in question, Mr. Riveros? Can you hear me?
Me? No. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Riveros.
Okay. No, I don't. My family and members of my family do. I've been there for 50 years, longer than you have. I have tried, even when Tom Davis was the supervisor, to make that frontage more likable to the neighborhood. It is noise, older homes, and a much better assisted living like Sunrise there to complement you all. But apparently you don't want no lights, you don't want no sidewalks in the neighborhood. And that's been throughout the years that I've been there. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Riveros. Thank you. Now it's back to you, Marty.
Are there other task force members who have comments or questions about the nomination?
I have two comments and one question, if I may.
Sure.
Maria, I want to know how integral to the plan is the 6420 Spring Terrace lot, which is one of the things I think is the main cause of objection to this proposal.
Maria, can you hear the?
Sorry, yes, I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm and I'm losing Wi-Fi. Can you repeat the question, please?
How integral is the 6420 Spring Terrace lot to this plan that you're presenting?
I don't think it's integral. Albert, do you agree with me?
Yes. In fact, our plans are to have plenty of green sun all around it. 25 feet buffer sun from all the other properties. Most of these assisted living places, they have like a heritage gardens. So that particular lot could become a total green zone, and for older folks to just be around there, sitting in the sun and enjoying the nature, you know. So I mean, I know it is a plus for the whole neighborhood, and some of the complainants or the negative people, they want more green space, and I would be one part of it.
To add what Mr. Riveros just said, it's what we had thought initially is that we can use this parcel for a park that is open for the public. as long as we have enough space and are able to still meet the FAR requirements, then we might not need that parcel and build on it.
Thank you. And then my comments, of course, in reading the very clear public opposition, but in hearing the presentation and representation by Mr. Riveros himself directly, to me, it seems a little incongruous to talk about derelict properties when you are the owner or at least closely affiliated with the owner of the properties. And so that seems a little disingenuous in the presentation to say the properties are out of maintenance or have poor landscaping. And I think you're creating your own negative energy there. I don't know. This is a tough one to try to understand. I do agree that the county does have to continue to care for our aging population. I don't think it's going to happen in this one.
Thank you, Robert. Any other task force members have comments or questions? Jeff?
Yeah, so I have 2 questions, and then I might have a comment or so. So there's you in your presentation, you noted that the value or use of low density residential is really declining, but we saw that 4 homes were just constructed and they went for well over $1 million right next door. How do you justify saying that this is that this is not suitable for low residential density residential?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. So where we're coming from is knowing that, well, one, most of the parcels along Arlington Boulevard are currently have transitioned to commercial and office, kind of signaling that it's not desirable. And we also know that traffic is going to increase over time, making it less desirable. So.
Okay. All right, and I guess another question is, why here versus? I mean, I see a nearby. There's a bunch of aging office type buildings with that have pretty low lease rates, and that could potentially be a better fit for the when we think about comprehensive plan fit, but would still be. I mean, they're when I say nearby, I mean they're pretty much in the Seven Corners CBC. At the top of Castle Place, there's a medical office building that's, it's pretty vacant, right next to the Sears, the vacant Sears. So I mean, why aren't you going after those those sites? Why here?
Yeah, good question. So we know that again, this is a concern for the county, and the reason why we're leaving it open-ended and leaving the opportunity to focus on memory care or assisted living is because we still have to go through the process of doing a market study to understand what really is needed by the community.
Okay, but that didn't quite answer my question. Why at this location? Why not at some of these aging and pretty vacant office buildings? Why are you picking this site, trying to kind of cut into a neighborhood versus picking a site that's currently zoned commercial and switching that to institutional use, which is a kind of an easier transition in I think a lot of our minds.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think Mr. Riveros has his hand up to answer that question.
But he's muted.
No, we can hear you, Albert.
Have analyze the question that you're asking on the premises of commercial and institution. Now again, if that of those buildings throughout the years and half a century, they've been going up and down, as well as the Seven Corners Shopping Center. And it's all this due to the stubbornness of the surrounding HMOs of not wanting to have anything done. You know, most of those places, they were motels and body shop for cars, and they were the pits, you know, and yet the neighborhood will go along with the HMOs, will go along with that kind of thing till to the end of their life and my life. And again, there's no progress, there's no development, and all this is stumbling blocks to the developers and investors, real estate investors, is negative. So I mean, a study on Seven Corners end up nothing because of the HMOs going all the way from Arlington Boulevard to Columbia Pike. There's these 5 of them all in cahoots, making difficult for Seven Corners to be revitalized. I mean, I'm not just talking about our project, it's in general, you know. And again, the county is trying to do widen the road and circle on top of 50 right then, but with no help from the HMOs around it, it'll be another 50 or 100 years before anything gets done there, and there's no benefit to the county. It's not benefit to those surrounding neighborhoods that like Wilson Apartments. They end
Okay.
up being done.
I think I understand what you're saying. Just as a point of clarification, when you say HMOs, do you mean homeowner associations?
Yes, they have
HOAs, okay, and citizens associations?
Homeowners associations that they're all in cahoots from
Okay.
Arlington Boulevard all the way back, including Lake Barcroft, which they have a lot of political pull and economic means, you know. And
Yeah, thank you, Albert. I think we've got the answer.
Yeah, got that. Understand. So, all right, those were the 2 questions I had, and so I guess where I'm sitting now is, I mean, we got to echo what Robert said. We got a lot of feedback, and it was pretty universal. Not wanting this. I did read, though, I mean, there was various reasons why I saw people didn't want it. There was traffic concerns, stormwater concerns, you know, and some of those concerns, I would say that, you know, well, we could analyze this if this went into a work program, but there was one concern that I felt was pretty compelling that it would change the character of the neighborhood. And this existing plan language says this needs to be to remain, residential. I love the fact that you guys want to build. Supportive stuff for seniors. I think that's a need of the county, but I'm not sure this is the place. And so right now my vote is to not progress this.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Other task force members have comments or questions for the
I have
nominator?
a quick question for Maria.
Go ahead.
Residents in the surrounding neighborhood, they've expressed significant concerns regarding increased noise, traffic, and watershed runoff, as Jeff also already mentioned, as a result of this proposed project. So what plans, if any, do you have at this point to mitigate these concerns?
Yeah, and those are all very fair concerns. We think a facility of this sort, it's not a mall, it's not an office building. So the traffic that it's going to attract does not compare to other commercial uses. And again, we have on this side, we have enough open space to where we can incorporate stormwater management measures, the appropriate ones. We can do that with green infrastructure. We can have the appropriate buffers. We can exceed the ordinance. We're willing to, we have enough space to do whatever it is we need to do to meet. We recognize those are very fair concerns and we want to address them.
Alice, is that it?
Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the answer.
Okay, thanks. Other task force members with questions for the nominator or staff? Karen?
Yes, I know you mentioned that VDOT is planning on widening Route 50. Will that take that frontage road away? And so those houses will be right on Route 50 to begin with?
As far as I understand, there's not a plan that's part of the comprehensive plan, but it's not on any capital improvement plans as of yet. So we don't know what that would look like. But again,
So Maria's correct. There isn't a funding plan in place for that improvement. It is recommended to be widened, that portion of Arlington Boulevard, but there isn't a mechanism in place now to do that improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Other task force members? Questions or comments at this point?
Marty?
Josh?
Yeah. So maybe this is more of a question for the other task force members, but I feel confused about how a proposed two-story building would be incompatible with neighborhood, the neighboring residential. I mean, it will be more intensive use, and I understand that. But I'm just not completely. Maybe it's just my ignorance. So I don't know. Does another task force member want to?
Robert, would you like to, Jennifer, could you, I'm sorry, Robert, hold on. Jennifer, would you like to address that, the compatibility issue?
Sure. So going back to the considerations for the screening, that was certainly one of our concerns based on the proposed intensity, the amount of development. It was hard to imagine how, with that amount of development, it could be there would be an ability to provide that scale down of height and of enough of a buffer or enough of a transition where it could feel like it would be a character with the community, with the surrounding community. So that was, again, one of the primary considerations that went into the staff analysis at this time.
Okay, and so what would be appropriate scale down? I mean, like one-story building to one-story buildings, or is it just that don't want to fill up the entire, or we're talking about what, almost a 0.5 floor area ratio, right? So it's quarter of the lot if you build 2 stories, or half the lot if you build 1 story, right? So what would be the transition?
So, at this stage, we're not quite in a place to say design a site or speculate on kind of what would be a good layout, a good design, a good height. But based on the total square footage that's proposed, we didn't see a way that it could be enough of it would be compatible enough at that level of development. So based on what is submitted submitted as part of the nomination, so evaluating it based on the submission.
And if
Okay,
I may add,
and what?
oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I just wanted to ask if, like, scaling down the amount of fire ratio would make this a submission.
Josh, I think that's
Jennifer, you want to?
Sure. Oh, Mike, would you? Well, we can tag team. You might be wanting to say the same thing, but the task force is able, as part of their recommendation, to supplement their recommendation with a comment on intensity, buffering, any of those kinds of conditions, I guess you could call them, or considerations could be part of the task force recommendation, should they choose to.
And is it possible, let me ask, is it possible for the, based on what the task force discusses and decides tonight, in advance of the planning commission meeting, and I'm not just this nominator, is it possible for a nominator to make changes to their nomination or to offer to address any of the concerns that might be raised, or is the nomination sort of set in stone at this point for the review process?
So our quick answer to that is staff are committed to evaluating the nominations as they were submitted to us.
Right.
We are not going to recommend any recommendations. However, you as a recommending body have that option through discussion with the task force nominators, or task force with the nominators.
Correct.
To make those recommendations. So if you see something again in a recommendation, maybe there's elements of a nomination that speak to you or of interest to this group, you can recommend that those ideas move forward. And if intensity is one of those.
Okay.
For example, Marty, I had voiced the questions about how necessary it is for the lot owned at 6420 Spring Terrace. So I might be in a position to vote yes for this not to exceed 2 stories and a 0.48 FAR ratio for only the properties that abut Arlington or the access road, but not to include that other lot, should we as a task force decide that that might be an amenable solution, because a 2-story building there would more than actually conform within Sleepy Hollow. The new construction that continually gets mentioned is 30 to 35 feet off the ground, 2 to 2.5 stories above grade.
Right.
So this would be actually very consistent with the new buildings that are going up over there.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. I assume that was what you were getting at when you asked that question earlier. Are there other task force members that have any comments or questions? I have a few, but want to defer to others.
Yeah, Marty.
Dave?
Can you hear me, Marty? Ed Feig.
Oh, Ed, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you see you raise your hand, but go ahead.
Real quick, most of my questions.
I'll get you next, Dave.
The only question, and perhaps Maria can talk to that, is when we start talking about assisted living and elderly and medical type, we're talking about ambulance access. That seems like a pretty tight fit for ambulances to come in there and to leave and that. And will there be any accommodations made within the area to allow the free flow of medical vehicles? Thank you.
Right, thank you for your question, Ed. That's a very valid question. We haven't, again, this is, right now what we're proposing is the idea of potentially having such a facility in the neighborhood. So we haven't engineered it. Of course, these are all things that we're going to have to take into account, but we're not in that stage yet.
Okay. Fair question and a fair answer. Dave?
Yes, I was just curious about the process and procedure. If the task force would like to ask for a request for additional information or recommendation, would that inherently delay our voting process, and how does that work in terms of the next nomination?
Right.
And I'm kind of confused on that. I mean, obviously, my comment to this is that this particular proposal doesn't have enough information And that's why we wanted to ask for more additional information regarding the height of the building structure. And then let alone, there's 113 units to be built, and it's very difficult to just listening to the proposal and then have quite a context to make a process decision here. So that's just my comment, and I wanted to bring it back to the task force to address that.
As Michael mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we have two options in terms of our decision making. That is, we can make a decision tonight, and this is just for clarification, this is the proposal on Route 50, which is the 115 units. Dave is the second one we'll be listening to. But we have an option of making a recommendation tonight, or we have the option of deferring a decision until one of our next meetings, if we feel as a task force that there is more information that we need, that there are additional questions we'd like to have asked, et cetera. Any other task force members would like to, Karen, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I just wanted to say, we got the comments from the community this afternoon in our emails, and I haven't had a chance to read them because there's this thing called a job that I had. And I also just I know someone mentioned something about the houses behind it selling for $1 million. And I understand Sleepy Hollow has that option, but I can't imagine somebody wanting to spend $1 million to be on Route 50. So I think we do need some more information. I think we need some time to look at that. I'd like to see their sketch of what they have and how they are going to bring in those ambulances. I would imagine you come off of Route 50, so it would buffer that sound for the houses behind it. So I'm just not comfortable right now not reading all of those. And I understand the not in my backyard syndrome completely, but sometimes progress does have to happen.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
I think that that's just headed way far down the process. I think that that's not where we're supposed to be, because that's development, that's actual approval, and that's just not where we're at. We're saying, hey, does this make sense to add this so that we can start looking at adding this into the future?
Right, and I think that we can, we can ask, as we ask ourselves individually and collectively that question, we might, Karen, for example, say, if they could address all of those issues, would that still make sense to have this kind of development on this property? My understanding of the staff recommendation is that fundamentally what the staff is recommending is preserve the integrity of the residential neighborhood. There are a host of other issues involved, obviously.
I get that, but I think Route 50 takes that away. And so that's why I'm just like, I haven't gotten a chance to read those comments, and I would like to give them that respect. Sending it to me today at 4 didn't really.
Donna, I see your hand up. Donna?
Yeah. One thing I'm concerned about, and having gone through this with elderly parents who have had memory loss, is having such a facility very close to a major highway, because there is the chance that the elderly do wander and do get try to leave the building, and I think it could be a hazard to their health to have it this close. A lot of the recommendations for this type of facility is to be on a number of acres of land somewhere.
Right. Okay, good. That's a good point. Let me suggest at this point, the way we have the agenda structured, we had some time for preliminary discussion by the task force. We wanted to bring in some public comment. Let's do that now, and then we have an opportunity for us to come back, continue our discussion, and address the issues that have been raised about a potential delay, or should we move forward tonight? But let's see if we can hear from the community, and perhaps that will help people clarify their view on this, or perhaps it will raise additional questions. But Michael, how will you manage the public input?
So we have, I think, a few folks who've already raised their hand and has been monitoring that. So I'll let him.
Yeah, this is Graham. So we have three members of the public who have raised their hand, who are requesting to speak. The first person has had their hand up for a long time. They're calling in from their phone. The phone number is 571-235, and that's all that I can see at this point. So,
Okay.
or I'm
So
going
a caller,
to now.
state your name and
Yeah, state your name for the record. And you're now unmuted. Can you hear us?
This is a little embarrassing, but I meant to make a comment on the second proposal.
Okay.
So
Okay. I recognize that voice. That's someone else. Let's move on.
All right. The next member of the public is Bob Labs. Bob, you're unmuted.
Bob, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bob Labus. I live at 2998 Beechwood Lane in the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood. To provide some context, our home sits almost identically in distance from Arlington Boulevard as the nominators' homes. We paid $1.3 million for our home in November of 2018. We are one of 5 homeowners who purchased homes that sit immediately across from where Mr. Riveros lives and runs his business as one of the 7 parcels that are being proposed. So I believe that I have some firsthand perspective that I can respond to at least some of the comments that have been made by both task force members and Ms. Vollmer. Before my wife and I decided to buy the home, we did extensive research. Regarding the expansion of Arlington Boulevard, we understand that it is, as was described, I believe by Ms. Wang, that there is a possibility and a plan for widening of Arlington Boulevard, but that no funds are available. Shortly to both the east and west of where our homes and nominators' homes sit, Arlington Boulevard is 3 lanes in each direction, whereas where we sit, it is only 2 lanes with a fairly wide boulevard in the middle. I believe that should there be an expansion or widening of Arlington Boulevard, that is Route 50, that could easily and most likely be done by allocating and using some of what is now the wide boulevard space in the middle of Arlington Boulevard. So there likely would not be encroachment onto the service road. At least that is my understanding from the research that I did before we chose to purchase our home. In addition, regarding traffic and noise along Arlington Boulevard, there certainly is a fair amount of traffic and noise, and we won't dispute that. We took that into consideration when deciding whether or not to purchase our home. When our 5 homes were built, our builder planted 52 trees. We have planted another 16 trees. In an effort to both allow our homes to match the homes in the balance of the neighborhood and also to provide some buffer for us. We are also aware that Interstate 66 has been undergoing an expansion and prior to the pandemic that the Route 66 expansion shortly to the north of us had diverted a fair amount of traffic, particularly during rush hour from I-66 onto Arlington Boulevard, particularly for those who were heading from points west of us into the district, and that once the widening of I-66 is complete, that could potentially alleviate some of the traffic that exists on Arlington Boulevard or will exist on Arlington Boulevard. So I do not believe it is the case that the widening of Arlington Boulevard in and of itself will create increased traffic or noise. And we are comfortable with the traffic and noise that we have on Arlington Boulevard now, to the point that, again, we are willing to pay a significant sum of money, as were the other 4 homeowners who purchased the homes in which we live, that sit, again, immediately across Beechwood Lane from Mr. Riveros' home.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. We're trying to, for the public, we're going to try to keep everyone to about 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay. If I may make 1 or 2 other points, at least from my perspective as where I sit, I don't know that building height is necessarily a material concern, though we would prefer it not to be a very tall building. But there are a number of factors that do come along with, again, with what the nominator has proposed. They have indicated nursing home, assisted living, and skilled nursing, perhaps memory care. If you have memory care, by law and by definition, those properties need to be extremely well lit throughout the course of the night because of the risk associated with memory care patients, which would be a burden on the residential homes unless there was significant distance, far more distance than I believe will be available between the proposed use and where our homes sit. Next, I would refer to the fact that Mr. Longo, I believe it was Mr. Longo who pointed out that there are a number of other buildings or locations in the immediate neighborhood that would be equally well suited for this type of development without impairing the residential nature of a specific neighborhood. Again, immediately to the north of where we are located and just less than a quarter mile to the west are several small dilapidated single-family homes that look very similar to the nominators' homes, but they are in an area that does not abut a residential neighborhood of 300 homes and would be equally well suited for, if not better suited, as a location for the type of facility that is proposed. The biggest difference is that the nominator does not own those properties, but the nominator does own the properties in question. And the nominator has put forth this request so that they can try and sell their property to the highest bidder, as opposed to something that will benefit the rest of the neighborhood in which they live or the community. So I don't believe that it is an appropriate basis to be pursuing a zoning change or a plan change that would have a dramatic negative effect on a neighborhood solely so that somebody can financially benefit from the sale of their property, which by Ms. Vollmer's own admission, and as was pointed out by Mr. Chamberlain, are in derelict conditions because the nominators have themselves chosen to not take care of their own properties.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Graham, are there other members of the public who would like to comment?
There are. The next member is Sean Fox. Sean, you are unmuted.
Welcome, Sean. If you can, please target your comments to about 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think Bob just covered what I was going to say, which had to do with the expansion of Route 50 versus considering that it's got the center lane and there's a bridge in the middle of it's just rebuilt at Seven Corners. I'm kind of unsure how that plays into this discussion because it's not funded and that's a very long-term proposition. So I just wanted to address that, but that was before I heard what Bob had to say.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, the next member of the public is Joe Picca.
Welcome, Joe.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for having this hearing today. My name is Joe Pica. I serve currently as the Hollow Citizens Association president. I live on Crane Drive, which is near the residences in question. So we submitted a detailed letter to the task force, which hopefully you received today, if not earlier, and just wanted to echo many of the concerns that Bob mentioned, as well as some of the issues that some of the task force members have already brought up. But these include concerns about, traffic in our neighborhood is already a concern. We're currently working with Supervisor Gross's office as well as the county to pursue adding speed humps to Aspen Lane and Holmes Run Road. And, in addition to the Route 50 and Leesburg Pike traffic, we just feel like any additional traffic to potential institutional building on this property would increase traffic throughout the neighborhood, in turn really affecting the walkability and just kind of the neighborhood feel in general. As mentioned earlier, this is a very long-standing, stable residential neighborhood. So although these 7 properties, which border the access road and Arlington Boulevard, they are still part of the Sleepy Hollow community, and they're invited to participate in our community events. There's recently been a sidewalk that was built between Aspen Lane and South Street that really serves to connect not only those properties, but other properties on that side of the neighborhood. And then as noted earlier, I don't believe that this is really compatible with the development of the nearby properties, both the ones that Bob mentioned that are directly across the street from some of the properties, as well as other properties that abut the properties in question. And then also kind of a recurring theme that you'll see from many of the residences, especially those that live on Spring Terrace right behind the properties, is just a general concern about stormwater runoff. And although that could potentially be the future, I think that's kind of an ongoing concern, especially for this part of the county where so much of it has been built up, that we've seen that as other development has happened, whether it's the development of the Lauren property across Route 50, even kind of the paving over of the Meadows Farms parking lot on the other side of the properties as well, that has downstream effects. And so I really appreciate, the task force having this hearing, and I hope that you have the opportunity to really digest the comments from Bob and Sean, who spoke tonight, as well as other community members who submitted comments in advance, because we are very passionate about our neighborhood and are really concerned about this potential proposal as well. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and obviously feel free to let us know if you have any questions about our neighborhood or anything that can help with this process as well.
Thank you, Joe. Graham, anyone else?
Yes, next up is Robert Nolan. Robert,
welcome.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for holding this, and Sean and everybody coordinating. So again, I'm on Spring Terrace, so I'm across from Route 50. And so I've been here for like 16 years, like other people have been here longer. So that said is we have like the best situational awareness. We try to keep the community. I submitted a letter as well too. Sorry about the background. So the water runoff, yes, after they built the new houses that are there, a lot of people have extra water runoff now because they took up the plots. And so that information, so that water is flowing to our area. So we have more of an increase now. And then like some of the individuals have a fence line, that water's collecting, going into their trees, leaning in their trees, exposing their roots. So with that new site there, that is going to take up a lot of, there's going to be less property, and it's going to soak up the water. So that's going to happen. Just additionally, is the sidewalks, like she said, is that we're not going to, with these people will wander, they will go around, the senior citizens. We have no sidewalks, and we've had people almost hit and have to jump off their bikes or just walking their dogs. So I'm just telling you, like an elderly person walking around, and we're going to have more traffic in the area as well too. And again, with the traffic, down on the street, you had Lumen's Plaza. They're going to build that massive apartment complex there. That is going to cause a massive backup onto Route 50 in that area. And that's exactly what will happen here. We already have cut throughs and all, but building that with all those individuals and visitors coming through, that is going to increase our traffic through here and cut off. I mean, like I said, and then like I said, is that we have the best situation awareness. I know one of the individuals was saying like, hey, you guys can do this and you can do that. We're going to be the ones affected by that because, I mean, like I said, we have a good community, a strong community. We put money into our homes. We spent the extra money. We pay our taxes. And again, we keep safety. I mean, we have our own neighborhood patrol here as well, too. So, I mean, we are a poster child for Sleepy Hollow. So again, anytime something like this happens, we have to deal with the issues. So we have the best situational awareness, and we appreciate everybody's help on this. But again, we like to keep it as a community. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Robert. Graham, anyone else?
We do. Next up is Kathy Gallo.
Welcome.
Kathy. Kathy, can you hear us?
Kathy? Graham, let's move on. We'll get that. We'll circle back to Kathy.
All right. Next up is Michael Mellinson. Michael, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Michael. Welcome.
Awesome. So yeah, my name's Mike Melanson. I live on Crane Drive. Just moved here actually exactly a year ago, and just want to voice how much of a pain it was to go through the home buying process, especially in this area. Homes are just in such short supply, and so for me, it's definitely to see something considered turning into a commercialized property when really people would kill for these houses. It just seems, yeah, to me, it doesn't really make sense from a community member. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Next up is the Mason District Council.
We know who's representing the council?
No, I don't see that.
Is anyone on from the Mason District Council? Are there others on the list?
There's one additional caller, and it's a 703-708 number. So caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please announce yourself and go ahead.
I'm Robert McDonald. I live on Aspen Lane, and I am the house that would be directly across the street from the parking lot. I wrote in a letter that my son was going to purchase the property. I have retired, but he has reneged on that because obviously he wanted to raise a family here. And a parking lot and 113 units with all the traffic that goes with it have scared him away.
Robert,
and I know that.
Robert, just we're looking at the nomination on Route 50, not the one with not the one by the church. Did you want to comment on the one by the church?
No, I am commenting on the Route 50 nomination, which includes a lot on that borders Spring Terrace and Aspen Lane.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The 7th lot is directly across the street from my house,
right,
25 feet away, and it's going to be a parking lot. It's going to be a disaster for my home value. It's going to be a disaster for the neighborhood. It will no longer be a residential neighborhood. It's going to impact all of Aspen Lane and all of Spring Terrace and the surrounding areas. And the surrounding area. It makes no sense. As one speaker said, there are people dying to get a new home in that location, and they're willing to pay $1.5 million. There's plenty of profit to be made. My concern is that once this is granted and or voted on, that they haven't given you any of the details. All of the things that they said they would provide, they haven't even planned on it yet. It's all coming in the future. How can you vote without knowing any of those details?
And they can change the zoning.
Okay.
So yeah, and our concern is that once you get this higher density, what does it take then to switch it to commercial or something else? Because that happened at the hospital at the other end of Aspen Lane. So those are my comments, I believe.
Thank you, Robert. I'm sorry to have interrupted you there.
No problem.
Graham, anyone else?
Next up is Margaret Kane.
Margaret,
Hi.
welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will make it brief, but I do want to echo a number of concerns that my neighbors have already made about putting in a facility like this. I do have concerns that you know, even if this is granted and a memory care or nursing home is put in, that it will change direction and it could end up being you know, something entirely different. I think the concerns about traffic are significant. If you're talking about a 113 bed facility and all the staff that would be required to travel to and from that facility, along with ambulances and other you know, handy capable vehicles in and out of that area. Additionally, with the lighting, it's going to be a significant amount of traffic in our neighborhood, which is already suffering quite poorly with a ton of cut-through traffic coming through on Aspen Lane and Beechwood and Holmes Run. We've had children almost run off the road. We do not have sidewalks. So, you know, pedestrians, and there are quite a number of them, biking, walking, jogging, dog walking, kids playing. There are so many safety hazards that we are already having to contend with, that this would be just a really dramatic and unfortunate increase in our neighborhood. And then just aesthetically, this is a beautiful tree-lined, very vibrant community. and to have it kind of besmirched by having some large, well-lit institution just would not for 1 second go along with the aesthetic and the character of the neighborhood. And I will finally just end with just reiterating the point that, you know, unlike, I think Karen made the comment that she can't imagine someone would be purchasing a home that is facing Route 50 when it's actually facing South Street, the service road. But there are those 5 homes were built in the last 2 years. All of but one of them sold for over $1 million. Some of them almost well over $1 million. The lowest one was about 973,000. So the market is very robust. The inventory is low. And if the homeowner really cared about these sites, he would be, you know, trying to improve his own homes or sell them to other families that want to live there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret.
Hey, Marty, this is Jeff Longo, real quick. There's been 2 comments in a row that have mentioned 115 units. That's
the church.
That's the church, right? So I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear on that.
This is not the church proposal, correct?
Correct. This proposal is for 90,000 square feet at 0.48 FAR, but there is no mention in this proposal about number of units.
Right. Okay. Graham, any other public commenters?
3 additional. We'll try Kathy Gaio again. She was having audio connection problems. Kathy, can you hear us? Kathy, you are unmuted. Okay. Oh, I don't think we're going to be able to reach Kathy.
Okay. Next.
All right. The next is another caller, 703-395. Caller, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Debbie Smith from the Mason District Council.
Hi, Debbie. Go ahead.
Okay, you're able to hear me. Okay. So there's a reason that the comprehensive plan language has the recommendation for low density single family housing in that area. This use will be seriously destabilizing to the communities behind that, and the houses especially immediately behind south of the proposed facility. So once this will be the intrusion, the first intrusion, the destabilization to that neighborhood, and it's kind of a domino effect in there. So this is a 24/7 use. You're going to have deliveries all day long, all night long. You're going to have staff changing. You're going to have all kinds of visitors and all hours of the night. So this is going to be just something that's going to be incompatible, completely incompatible with the neighborhood behind it. I also want to mention that someone said they couldn't imagine living on Route 50. I think there are a couple of brand new communities built just southwest of Nutley Street. So people can go out there and check at the neighborhoods that were just developed out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Graham?
Next is Charlie Williams. Charlie, can you hear us?
Charlie, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to say anything here tonight, and I'm not going to take too much of your time. I am talking about the project on Route 50. My family and I live on Spring Terrace, very near the property, and immediately behind the 5 new properties that were developed over the course of the last several years. I want to just say that, first of all, I'll echo Bob's comments in the very beginning, and my concerns are about the required lighting, the access, and the acreage for the type of facility that has been briefed here tonight. My other concern is that I fear that there's an assumption being made that if the proposal to be able to sell to institutional development is approved, the facility we saw on a couple of slides in a drawing is what we're going to end up seeing. Because at the end of the day, my concern is if the proposal is approved, it's for institutional development. And once a developer has that purchase in their hands, it's in their interest to develop and build what they're going to do. I know it has to be within certain bounds and everything, but I just don't want everybody to think that we're envisioning a specific type of memory care facility. It may be something completely different and much more intrusive to the neighborhood. Finally, I want to just echo the other thoughts that have been voiced. I think the 5 homes that were built here directly behind my home I know they're right along Route 50. They're beautiful homes, and certainly the families that have moved in have fit exactly what we envisioned here in Sleepy Hollow as a residential neighborhood, and they're part of the community. They're part of the neighborhood. If the individual bringing this to the Mason District Council for to be considered was to sell their properties to a residential development, we would see the exact same process play out in their properties as well. And finally, I just want to thank everybody for considering it. And I appreciate the thoughts of the Mason District Council representative talking about the destabilization of the neighborhood. At the end of the day, that's what the Sleepy Hollow community is concerned about, keeping the residential nature and the fabric of the neighborhood and not seeing it turn into something other than residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
All right, Marty, we have one additional speaker, and it's a caller 202579 number. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm Janina Jarozelski, and I live in the Sleepy Hollow community on Aspen Lane. Aspen Lane, as has been mentioned, is one of the streets that border this proposed development, this parcel. We have, as a number of the other speakers have mentioned, already pretty serious traffic problems. But the point I really want to emphasize, and this is somewhat in response to one of the task force members' comments, suggesting that as long as it was a 2-story building, it would be compatible, that he did not see why it would not be compatible. And so I'd like to respond very strongly to that and say that even if it is a two-story building, it would not, in my opinion, be compatible with the neighborhood because it would be an absolutely enormous 2-story building, far, far larger than any house in the neighborhood. We're talking about, as I understand, 90,000 square feet in a neighborhood where most houses are 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. It's obviously a huge order of magnitude difference. And so you would be talking about an enormous institutional structure and moreover, an enormous institutional structure that would, as a number of people have already pointed out, require constant coming and going by delivery trucks, by employees coming in and out, and by ambulances with their sirens blaring. So the notion that if as long as it was 2 stories, it would be compatible with the neighborhood is, in my opinion, completely false. I would also like to emphasize as well, there was a suggestion that this parcel was, that because it was on Arlington Boulevard, it would not be desirable, couldn't be developed as single-family homes. I want to emphasize and support what others have already said, which is that it is entirely possible to develop it, and that houses have already been built in a very similar position, just a few steps from Arlington Boulevard, and sold at very high prices. And these could be as well. And finally, and I'd like to pick up on a comment that was, I think, recognized by one of the task force members themselves, which is that if these houses that are currently on these parcels are in poor condition, it is purely because the owner, who is also the nominator, has allowed them to deteriorate, and not because the neighborhood itself is deteriorated or because no one would want to live in these houses. These houses could be renovated, or they could be torn down and replaced with newer, nicer houses that would be highly marketable. I want to thank you very much for your attention and for your time. And I do hope that those members of the task force who haven't already read the numerous comments that were placed into the record by our association and by many of my neighbors will be read, because I think that they are all very strong and they're also very united. We are a very warm and supportive neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Hey, Marty, for the
additional speaker.
Go ahead, Michael.
Well, for the sake of time, I just want to let everyone that's joining us know that we still have one nomination to go, and out of respect for the nominators and the folks that are here to hear that, we want to try to wrap this up. So if there's a comment that you haven't already heard being made, we'd ask you to raise your hand, but if it's already been stated, we'll continue.
Can I actually bring a little bit of real estate expertise into this? Because it seems like a lot of these comments have centered on property values and roadway access. And there seems to be this implication that the properties could easily be redeveloped into residential family. And for whatever it's worth, the consistent reference to the properties to the left of Beechwood Drive, 4 of those do not enter in off of Arlington Boulevard. The subject lots that we're talking about in the proposal, 4 of those lots immediately access only off of the service road. And yes, that is not desirable. And that is part of what leads to a depression in value for these subject properties to be redeveloped residentially versus that of other ones which can have access off of side streets and side roads. So that is something to really consider in looking at what other alternatives could exist for this particular plot of land 10 to 15 to 20 years into the future. That's all.
Thank you, Robert. We'll now move into the decision phase of the agenda. It seems based on the discussion we had earlier that there are really 2 issues before us. Several of the task force members have raised the prospect of perhaps delaying a decision tonight to see if we have additional time to digest some of the materials we received, to raise some questions that might be helpful. Other members may be ready to make a decision tonight. I'll do this by motion. Is there a motion from the task force to delay a decision until our next meeting? Hearing none, let's move, if there is, without objection from the task force members, let's move forward to making our decision on this. Michael, could you just step us through how we would do that? You said earlier we just read the roll call. Is there any language that has to be shared? Is there any motion that has to be made in advance of that?
No specific language. You would call on the task force members to either recommend this being added to the work program, yay or nay.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we take the roll call now? I'm just going to read the list of the task force members that was shared with us earlier. This is not necessarily in alphabetical order, but Robert, your name's at the top of the list. So we have, again, the options here are to approve the inclusion of this nomination in the program, to not support approving that, or to abstaining.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chamberlain, before you begin, just to echo your point, you do have the opportunity to recommend modifications to that proposal as well.
Right.
Well, and
So Marty, my vote is to actually approve this with the modification of the removal of the lot that is owned by Miss Joanne Robinson.
Okay.
To have it only be the lots which border Route 50 and have access through the Route 50 access road.
can I be made presenter, please? This is Jeff Longo.
Jeff, why don't we go through the roll call, and then because we're going to have to vote on these additional conditions. Let's go through the roll call and see where we end up, and then
I just want to make sure I'm documenting satisfactorily what the amendments are.
Okay. So the first amendment is the removal of the lot which doesn't face Route 50.
Yeah.
What Robert is suggesting. Okay, and Robert votes yes. Joshua?
I would like to put off the decision. I think we got a lot of information.
Josh, we didn't have, I asked for a motion to defer. We didn't get a
You're
motion,
right.
so we're at the yes. We're at the yes, in favor, opposed, or abstention.
I would like to abstain.
Abstain. Joshua abstains. Jeff,
I'm sorry. So hold on.
What?
Joshua, 1, and then who was the one who we had one for in favor with modification, right?
Right.
Okay.
Joshua abstains. Jeff, how's your vote?
Opposed.
Opposed. Alice?
Oppose.
Opposed. Barbara?
Oppose.
Dave Nguyen?
Oppose.
Opposed. Donna Jacobson?
Oppose.
Opposed. Bill Likos? Bill, are you with us? Bill? Bill Likos?
Yes, opposed.
Opposed. Ed Fay?
Opposed.
Vinod?
I approve with a comment that it is only 2 stories.
Vinod, could you say that again on your comment?
That it be only 2 stories.
2 stories, only 2 stories. Jan?
Opposed.
Opposed. Karen? Karen Geiger-Smith?
Approved as amended without the Spring Avenue house lot.
Without without the lot that doesn't face Route 50?
Correct.
Okay, and I vote opposed.
Okay, so I have this as 3 in favor, with 2 of those in favor voting for removing of the parcel on Aspen, and 1 in favor for only 2 stories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 voting in opposition, and 1 abstention. That's it.
Okay. Michael, let me ask you, we have conditions suggested by task force members who opposed, support or abstain from, who supported the nomination. Is this the appropriate way to report that? I don't, this isn't a, because those are not conditions adopted by the task force per se.
That's correct. So this is where in the explanation or comments you would describe that vote and the recommendations by the task force members that were in support.
Okay. Jeff, if you would note there that those were the 2 recommendations were.
Yes, so if you see you guys can still see my screen?
Yeah.
So I'm doing it by stars. So I've got, I mean, I can try to format this later, but.
Right. Actually say, looks good. That looks good.
And with the explanations of the comments.
Correct. Okay. Any other?
This is Clara with DPD, Department of Planning and Development.
Hi, Clara. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to suggest to Jeff that perhaps a concluding statement about that ultimately the vote was in opposition. So maybe that could be part of the explanation.
The summary task force recommendation is do not include in work program. That's what I checked here. Does that?
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Thanks.
All right. All right.
Any other comments at this point, or shall we move on? Or shall we thank our nominator and our staff for that presentation and move on?
I think I vote let's thank everyone and move on.
Okay, thank you to the nominators. Thank you to the members of the public who dialed in or Zoomed, not on Zoom, WebExed in to listen and came in by phone. We're now going to move on to the second nomination we have tonight. It is the proposal by the First Christian Church. This is a proposal to build a residential facility on their property on Route 7, along with some other components. And why don't we go to the staff now for the staff presentation?
Sure, this is Jennifer Garcia again, and I'll be presenting the staff recommendation and site conditions for the First Christian Church nomination, which is PC 19-MA-001. Next slide, please. Mike, is it? Well, we'll continue on the way we're going. So the nomination is one parcel that's just shy of 7 acres. It's located along Leesburg Pike or Route 7. Also outside of the Seven Corners Community Business Center. As you can see here from this image, it's surrounded by residential uses at varying densities. So to the west, you've got condominiums and townhomes. To the south, there's single family residential uses for the Ravenwood community. Immediately to the east is a funeral home. And then across from the property on the other side of Leesburg Pike are the Jefferson apartments, as well as some garden style apartments. Next slide, please. So the current comprehensive plan recommendation for this property is for public facilities, governmental and institutional uses. There is no site-specific text for this parcel. It is indicated for this on the comprehensive plan land use map. And it is in an area that is recommended as suburban neighborhoods, with infill development being of a compatible use type and intensity. Next slide. So the nomination proposes to add an option to the comprehensive plan for multifamily, age-restricted independent living units up to 113 units with up to 5,000 square feet of medical or general office. And the nomination also proposes to expand the existing place of worship. So there are 4 considerations that we've identified that I'll identify tonight and that were identified in the report, the preliminary staff report. The first has to do with the Board of Supervisors goal and policy plan recommendation that talks about increasing the supply of housing for low-income elderly and to have multifamily low-income elderly housing provided that is convenient to services and also has good transportation access. So this site does have currently it's served by Metrobus. There are plans to add transit to Route 7 or BRT system. It's also about a quarter mile from a shopping center that is within the Seven Corners CBC. Next slide. Another consideration, which I understand will probably be a lot of discussion today about this, is stormwater management. And we understand that this is a big concern and that there really would need to be considerable design and considerations for stormwater management on the site, and furthermore ways to improve environmental conditions, particularly with regard to impervious surfaces, stormwater detention, tree cover, landscaping. All of these elements combined to address stormwater management would really need to be thought through carefully should this amendment be added to the, should this proposal be added to the work program. Next slide. Another consideration that we included in our analysis was being able to provide an appropriate transition in terms of the compatibility of the height and scale of any proposed units and building, especially because it is surrounded by the neighborhoods behind it and the condominiums and the townhomes surrounding the site. Next slide. As you'll see here on the lower left side of the image, there are two nominations that are also under consideration, PC 19-MA-002 and 006. So if these groupings of nominations do move forward, staff would want to make sure that all of these scenarios are considered in a cumulative assessment from a transportation perspective, but also from other public facilities, again, stormwater, which I mentioned before, access. So all of these, just making sure that all of these are considered together when looking at the nominations, since they are so in close proximity to each other. So with that, the staff does recommend adding this nomination PCMA-001 to the work program for further analysis. And as just stated, that to include a cumulative assessment with 002 and 006, if those items are also added to the work program. That concludes my presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Noah Klein, that's K-L-E-I-N, presenting the nomination on behalf of First Christian Church. I believe that we have loaded our presentation with staff. So if I could ask staff to please pull up the our presentation.
I'm sorry for the misspelling there, Noah. Give me 1 second.
Oh, not a problem. I'll just say, just to keep things moving along, that at the start of this presentation, we did ask for Stephen Moore from First Christian Church to give a very, very brief overview of this project. This has been a project that's been a long time coming. It's been the product of much discussion with the community, and I would defer to Stephen to sort of give that context before I begin the main presentation.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Stephen Moore. I hope you can hear me this evening in the lateness of this hour. I appreciate your time. I'm Reverend Stephen Moore, the Senior Minister of First Christian Church of Falls Church. Since 1952, First Christian Church has had a presence here in the Falls Church community. Throughout that time, we have been a church committed to meeting the needs of our neighbors. We started the Seven Corners Children's Center. We were one of the founding congregations of the Falls Church Community Service Council and Annandale Christian Church, Christian Community for Action, ACA. Our Safe Haven ministry supports the needs of the food insecure by offering a free continental breakfast and lunch every Thursday. And a little over a year ago, we welcomed the Colmore Free Clinic to our space. Over 10 years ago, our congregation began conversations to discern ways we could develop our property to further meet the needs of our surrounding community. Our congregation entered a prayerful process exploring the various housing needs of our area, from homeless, unsheltered persons to affordable housing for seniors. After many internal meetings and seeking input from our surrounding neighbors, our congregation enthusiastically approved a partnership with Wesley Housing Corporation to build affordable senior housing, which brings us here this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Again, my name is Noah Klein. I'm with the law firm of Odenfeld and Pittleman and Reston. With me tonight, attending the meeting, we have representatives from Wesley Housing as well as Walter Phillips. The event that during Q&A we need to get any clarification or edification on certain points. So I'll begin. If we could go to the next slide, please. So we, as Reverend Moore just explained, what we are doing is the outcome of a consensus approach to the development of this property. We're seeking a comprehensive plan text amendment to enable an independent living facility. It is the realization of, again, that those discussions with the community, ensuring that it fits within the context of the property. It's furthering a very strong goal with the county as that first bullet point highlights, it serves the affordable housing goals. If you look at the next bullet point, there is a need that's recognized in the county and the comprehensive plan, and you'll hear it at various board meetings whenever residential development is discussed. Aging Virginians do need options, particularly in Fairfax County, and that obviously translates to affordable options for the aging community. The next slide, next bullet point, please. Of ground floor, community servant medical / office. And the idea there is to lease a ground floor space to a community servant medical facility, such as a Colmore Clinic, as an example. We would also look at various office options, all within the consistent with the mission of the church, as well as the primary independent living facility. With the next bullet point, this is a really ideal location. We have proximity to bus lines. Route 7 is also planned for the in the future for the rapid transit. So it's really an ideal location to connect to mass transit. The next bullet point, please. Again, as is seeking to implement a community vision. This is an outgrowth, again, of those discussions that occurred within the community. With the partnership with Wesley Housing, we are sensitive to the concerns of the community. We were very sensitive to the environmental values that are currently present on the site. The comprehensive plan text, which is what we're discussing here tonight, is the first step in the process. And if we're honored to receive a positive recommendation for you all to go forward, there are many steps that follow that. But we are seeking this nomination not just to get the text and then to sort of develop our plans in the years to come. This, as I mentioned in the outset, is a long time coming. These discussions have been going on for quite a while, and we are currently planning our entitlement applications. We did have a pre-application meeting with the county where a lot of site-specific issues will be analyzed in pretty rigorous detail. And the next bullet point, what we're doing here, as Ms. Garcia explained, there's no real guidance to this area. The Bailey's Planning District recommends primarily suburban neighborhoods, which is a pretty broad category that allows for varying developments, residential developments of varying intensity. And what we're doing here is that we are removing a lot of uncertainty of the development potential of this property, proposing something that's going to have a lesser impact than otherwise would occur with residential growth. With an independent living facility, it doesn't entail the same level of impacts as a standard residential condo, multifamily townhome development would, in terms of traffic generation, in terms of impervious surface development, in terms of parking requirements. And so what we're hoping to do with the comprehensive plan amendment is to have specific text that would have lead to that lesser impact. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So the next slide is a little wordy, and I'll quickly go through it, but I wanted to give an overview of what we're proposing. The current comprehensive plan guidance, as I mentioned, no specific plan for private development. It's suburban neighborhood infill development, as Ms. Garcia identified, public and institutional. When you look at the context of the property in relation to the surrounding area, and you look at what could otherwise be provided there, we're right adjacent to the Seven Corners CVC, and we're right abutting Route 7, two factors that weigh in favor of higher residential growth. And that becomes even stronger case when you look at what's immediately in this area across the street is the Jefferson, that's currently zoned R20, which is 20 units per acre. We have multifamily just to the northwest across the street, and then the multifamily that Ms. Garcia identified to the west. I believe that's the Chateau condominiums. Those are currently zoned R20, R30, excuse me. And so when you look at this property under current guidelines, you look at what would be possible there as potentially transition from Ravenwood, which is a single family, to that higher intensity. And you could, look at potentially mid to high rise condo, potentially an R12 zoning, or potentially R16. So that's what's there currently. And what we're proposing to do, we identified the use that we're proposing. And now we want to talk about the tools that we'd like to use within the zoning ordinance to achieve that. And we do have a host of entitlement applications that we would be filing with this. So the proposed development retain the place of worship with the ability to have a marginal increase in size. We would retain that through a special permit amendment and through the rezoning to R5. Our partnership with Wesley Housing would facilitate the development of the elderly independent living facility with up to 113 units through that R5 rezoning and special exception approval. And the R5 rezoning, I'll just add as a policy add-on to the R5, it does enable the multiplier for the unit. So that's why the R5 is necessary to achieve that multiplier, and also for the post subdivided condition to achieve a proper FAR for the adjacent church. So that's why we're pursuing the R5 zoning. And then to establish approximately 5,000 square feet of leased medical or general office through the R5 rezoning and special exception approval. So our proposed plan designation is to really sharpen and really create specific guidance for this property. And there are two components to that. That's a residential use at 4 to 5 units per dwelling that would enable the R5 zoning. And then there's the multiple use option, which will allow for the independent living facility, the accessory office, and to allow the existing place of worship. And so that's it for the text amendment. And so when I asked the task force in consideration to really look at the use from the comprehensive plan level, and of course we're happy to address any questions you have, with the understanding that if we are fortunate enough to go forward, that there are issues that are going to be examined in pretty rigorous detail as the application makes its way through the county review process. And I'll just briefly go through the next slides. I think what we wanted to do is just provide really just concept. Well, let me actually first introduce this before and after. You can see the site on the left panel before. You see the church in the center with the unimproved property to the right. To the south of that, I'm sorry, to the east, and then on the right panel, you see after with the overlay of the proposed independent living facility with some accessory parking. And then the next slide would be the concept plan. So this gives you, a little more detail. So we were looking at, it's a proposed 4-story building. And if you look at the bottom of that concept plan, the building, you'll see the shaded area, which would represent the ground floor medical / office with the independent living facility residential units on top. And the next slide, I believe, are the concept color elevations. And this is what we wanted to provide just to give everyone just an illustration of what we potentially would be building on site. And the next slide would be the rear elevation with, and you can see that there's recreation on site with independent living facilities. That on-site recreation is important, and the county is something that the county certainly encourages, and so that's something that's will be provided on site as we make our way through the entitlement process. Of course, we have to look at the comprehensive plan and ensure that it's a text recommendation that you all can support. And with that, I wanted to keep it brief. I hope I was successful in that goal, and happy to address any questions that you all have.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the presenter. I'm going to use the prerogative as a chair to recognize myself first for a series of questions to the nominator, to Reverend Moore, if he is still on. Let me just first comment, and just so people know, I'm Marty Machowski. I live in Ravenwood Park. We are the largest residential community that backs up to the church property. We are a community of an excess of 250 homes. Much like the description that Jan Keys gave, we have changed radically since I've lived here. I've been here for 20 years. I was actually one of the younger people in the community when I first moved in. But our community is now diverse. It is young, it is old. It is a community of growing families. It is a very tightly knit community, and it is a very friendly community. And we like it that way. Let me just say that over the years, there has been significant amount of discussion about this site, about the church's interest and desire to move forward with the development of the site that promotes the church's mission and uses the site in a constructive way. I will say, Reverend Moore and Noah, that you have not reached out to the community specifically about this proposal. I know there may have been some emails back and forth, but we do welcome, and we recognize that obviously in this time of COVID, that's difficult, but we do welcome an opportunity to talk with you early and often during this process. We don't want to be brought in when things are already considered. A couple of quick questions. And Noah, this is perhaps to you. You mentioned a couple of entitlement applications.
Yeah.
That's a new phrase to me.
Okay.
And, does this mean that you will be moving forward with your rezoning applications at the same time you're moving forward with the plan amendment?
As I mentioned from the beginning, that this project has been a long time coming, and so we need to work with the comprehensive plan text in order to facilitate the independent living facility. And so we know that what we're proposing with the residential, excuse me, with the residential and the multi-use, that alone would lead to other issues as far as what's being proposed on the property. Whereas we have a vision, and we intend to see it through. And so there's no applications currently in. We did have a pre-application discussion with the county because we are serious about what we want to develop on this property. It's a use for the property. It's one that enjoys the benefit of having the previous discussions with the community. And so the entitlement applications, just to explain that a little more specifically, those are the underlying zoning applications. So for instance, you would have to, in our case, there are a series of zoning applications we would need to file to facilitate the development in concert with what we hope is the approved comprehensive plan text amendment. And specifically, that would be rezoning to the R5 district. And then along with that, a series of, there would be a special exceptions and special permits.
Okay, I think I understand. I think I understand what this means is that you will be filing rezoning applications and you will be asking the county to consider those concurrent with the plan amendment.
Correct.
Okay, okay, all right. Again, just quickly, please, we'd like to be there day one, not if we move forward with this. A couple of quick questions. How do you enforce the age constraint on a development like this? Does everyone who resides in one of the apartments have to meet the age criteria?
Yeah, there are age criteria. I don't believe that the county for independent living facilities, I don't believe that there's an age requirement. However, there are federal requirements, federal housing requirements. Sometimes they change, but I believe, and I wouldn't, I'm not warranting that this will always remain, but really, you typically look at 62 plus, age 62 or plus as an example. But they are requirements that really are more federal requirements because these types of facilities are typically built with the financing, federal housing financing, and there are very specific rules there that apply to them.
I can actually add to that, Noah. The federal requirement for age-restricted housing is a minimum of 55 years or over, and at least one of the occupants must be at least 55. None of the occupants can be under the age of 18.
Okay, so we could have a family of that is a multi-generational, multi-age family living there. That's possible.
It would be very, very complicated to have that, and they would be able to have restrictive covenants within themselves about the ages of those involved.
Okay.
It's very hard to have that.
All right, thanks, Robert. That's been a couple of more questions. I note in the before and after slides there was a significant amount of existing trees that appeared in both pictures. Is that a commitment or an intent to preserve as many of the existing trees as possible on the site?
Yeah. So as part of the discussions, I know that there have been communications with Ravenwood, particularly about the existing tree canopy coverage, which serves as a buffer. First Christian Church shares the values of the adjacent community. The partnership with Wesley Housing, they also are very sensitive to those concerns. Development will always try to attempt to preserve to the greatest extent possible. We are not proposing any large scale footprint, and that tree canopy coverage that you see there in large part will remain.
Okay. One final point. Michael, could you give me control of the screen? Or Graham, could you give me control of the screen?
Yeah, I can do that. 1 second, Marty.
Okay, all right. I've shared this page earlier with members of the task force, and it's an issue that we will talk about, and I know that there are several of the citizens who are interested in that. This is a page from the stormwater management system. I've also shared this material with staff earlier, along with some wonderful photos.
You're not actually sharing anything yet, Marty.
I'm not?
Marty, what I would recommend, there's that third button from the left and it says share content. So you'll
The third button from the left, right? Oh, open system preferences?
That shouldn't be it. It should be, you should see the mute button and then the video.
Right.
And then the third from the left will be a button with an arrow pointing upwards in a box.
Right, okay.
And it says share content. And then from there you can...
It just says open system preferences.
If you'd like, if you're not able to see that, you could just email the document to me and I can share it so that we can view it.
Okay, let me do that very quick. I will do that very quickly.
I'm working on pulling it up, Mr. Machowski. You can continue speaking.
We did share it earlier. If Michael would pull that up, it's from the stormwater system. It's a stormwater system map for our community. It notes the church location and its relationship to our community. And We have recently had some new development in our community up on the top of Peace Valley Lane, just south of where the townhouses are along Route 7. That was an old, broken down, overgrown site that didn't have much stormwater management on it. Most of the water was probably absorbed into the system or bled off to the surrounding properties and was absorbed there. We went through a lengthy process. Supervisor Gross is familiar with that. It wasn't that long ago. We have 7 wonderful homes built up there, $1 million plus homes, and a stormwater management system that I believe is performing as it was supposed to perform. It's now delivering water from that site, as well as water from Rio Drive to the stormwater lines that run around our properties. Michael, do you have that?
Almost. Let's see if it brings it up here. Outlook.
Okay.
Can you all see that?
If you could just expand that, Michael.
I'll see. Sorry, I have a lot of overlays on top of this.
Right. Okay. So if you can see here the new development that is labeled off in the bottom center, the church property up on the right, and you can see that all of the stormwater lines kind of filter their way down to this red dot there, which is roughly at the intersection of White Street and Colmack Drive. Since that new development has gone in, we have on 2 occasions for major storms experienced a significant degree of flooding at that juncture and on the properties that are included in the blue oval. And on both occasions, we had the county stormwater management team come out and examine the lines, and they seem to be working fine. On the second occasion, Delegate Corey was instrumental in having VDOT come out with their inspection teams and their apparatus that cleans out sewer lines. And we thought perhaps there was a clog in there, but that proved not to be the case. The lines were open and operating as they should be operating. The concern is that the stormwater system that currently serves all of the surrounding properties to the church site is simply inadequate at times of major storms. And it's my home has been affected. We've had thousands of dollars of damage. I believe we'll be hearing tonight from a neighbor of mine who has had tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage on 2 separate occasions since the new development went in, which was supposed to more efficiently and effectively manage stormwater from a site that was overgrown and overvegetated previous to development there. So that's a real concern we have. I very much appreciate it to talk with Jennifer about this in advance of this hearing. I appreciate the staff sort of identifying stormwater management as a key issue that is going to have to be addressed. And I look forward to, if this application moves forward, I look forward to working with the church to see if we can ideally keep your stormwater out of our system, and if not, manage its flow in a way that doesn't exacerbate a problem that we already have. So with that, I will open up the conversation to other members of the task force. Any comments from members? Karen?
Yes, I know the staff mentioned the stormwater management as well as you did, and having been through some stormwater management site plans recently. The Virginia environmental plans that have been enacted recently should take care of that, shouldn't they, staff? And have it, I mean, I know there's quite an extensive site plan for environmental that you have to address the old stuff as well as the new stuff, and maybe they didn't for this one. I know it was just enacted probably 3 years ago. Staff?
Sure. So we would expect that at the very least, the ordinance requirements would be met with managing stormwater. I think Noah may be able to speak to the other components that they'd be looking at when engineering the site and designing the site that would enhance what would be required by the stormwater ordinance. So,
yeah, thanks. If I can jump in, yeah, stormwater. We know that's a challenging issue, not just that given the history that you explained, Mr. Kowski, but really anywhere in the county. And it's true that the stormwater regs that were put into the new, I call them the new stormwater regs, even though they're probably 5-6 years old at this point, are pretty rigorous. And from a general guideline, the requirement is that the post-development condition has to improve the outfall of the pre-development condition. So you start there, and then from that point forward, it's a very rigorous examination by the county when you get to that level. And what we're proposing, as I mentioned, with what could otherwise potentially be built on site with residential development, you see things with residential with increased parking requirements, addition of drive aisles, and a greater increase of impervious surface. What we can do with our property, and something that we will examine with the county, is to try to direct, use the development to try to direct as much outfall as we can on to Route 7, where it can handle the outfall of certain storms. There are also measures that are part of the process. You look at the soils to look at infiltration on the soils. And there are outfall analyses that are performed that do look at existing conveyance channels. And one of the things I want to point out, because it does get back to a point that Mr. Murkowski raised, is that I believe there was outreach to Ravenwood. We welcome and intend to make that outreach, not just to talk about the overall development, but also to discuss these specific issues. We're proposing that our engineer from Walter Phillips, in addition to other folks, do walkthrough with the Ravenwood community to get a very direct and better sense of these issues that you're raising. So there will be a pretty rigorous examination of stormwater and the controls that are that will be implemented. And in fact, I would defer, if I may, to Aaron Vinson from Walter Phillips. I believe he'd like to make a few additional points.
Sure.
If y'all could unmute him.
Sure. I believe I'm unmuted. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. This is Aaron Vinson with Walter Phillips. We're the engineer for the church. Just a few things to add to what Noah already covered. One of the things that I'm excited about as an engineer here, that maybe we actually get a project where other people are excited about this too, is we get to take a site that is that was developed before any current stormwater management regulations existed, and we get to bring it into compliance. And so we're going to take a site that has no stormwater controls on it today, and we're going to bring it into compliance with current requirements. Through that process, during the rezoning and site plan process, as Noah mentioned, we are going to be conducting a detailed analysis of a stormwater outfall, which, as we all know, goes through the Ravenwood neighborhood. And we will be responsible for demonstrating that there is an adequate outfall or providing significant detention and water quality enhancements on our site in order to meet the county's stormwater management requirements. And so we look forward to going through that process. We're very much interested in meeting with the Ravenwood neighborhood, walking the neighborhood, understanding where the issues are and how we might be able to contribute to a solution. And I think we can, we can't go into this promising we're going to make the issues go away, but I think we can do our part.
Well, I appreciate that. Again, I would point out that most of the, as you can tell from the map that was put up, there is no stormwater management on the site right now. There are no lines running into the site. The problem that we have has occurred when stormwater management was improved and brought into compliance and all of that. So you'll excuse us if we're a bit skeptical about the promises. But we do look forward to working with you on that. Other task force members have comments? Barbara?
Hi, thank you for recognizing me. Just a question and observation as a homeowner. It is my understanding that 2018 and 2019 represented unusually high levels of rain, particularly the summer of 2018. And many people, even in the neighboring, our neighborhood here at Ravenwood, also experienced a lot of basement flooding without any development changes whatsoever. So I'm sorry that folks in your neighborhood had basement flooding or damage due to stormwater management issues, but I'm hoping that you'll consider that perhaps it had something to do with the amazing amount of water that we've actually been having in our area over the past couple summers.
If I could respond just quickly, I'm certainly that's a consideration. I would, suggest that this is a new climate reality, that we are going to experience more storms. We're going to experience more intense storms, and that a stormwater management system that was designed in the late 1950s is just not adequate for year 2020.
No, I'm not suggesting that that not be taken into consideration as part of this plan. I'm just suggesting that, well, I'm not sure I'm suggesting. I'm also thinking that, and maybe I should have brought this up earlier, that perhaps we ought to consider, and maybe this was brought up before, that members of the task force that are directly affected by any of these particular plans might want to consider recusing themselves from voting.
Well, we discussed this earlier when it was brought up, when I recognized Jan to lead off on the other application. Jan, I believe, lives relatively close to the parcel and would be, had an interest in the parcel. We discussed that members of the task force were selected because they live in surrounding communities for the applications. They do have an interest. They understand the concerns of the communities. And these are the issues we have to work out. These are the issues we have to address. It's clear that affordable housing is a priority in the county. We understand that. It's clear that affordable housing for seniors is a priority. We recognize the mission of the church and their desire to sort of do something appropriate on their property. But these are the interests at play, and I would suggest that those interests should be represented in this proceeding.
Marty, this is Penny Gross. May I make a comment? I appointed the task force. I chose the members of the task force because I knew that I had confidence that they would be able to be fair and render an independent decision. Legally, unless you have a financial interest in the property, you do not have to recuse yourself or abstain. For example, and I'm going to use Rob Chamberlain as my guinea pig here, because Rob is a realtor. If Rob were representing as a realtor one of the applicants or one of the owners of the properties in question, that would be an ethical violation for him to vote. He would have to recuse himself. But just living in a neighborhood that is part of the consideration does not rise to the level of any kind of recusals that you have to make. You're fair and independent, and I have confidence that everybody can render their decision without any bias.
Thank you for that clarification.
Other task force members who have comments?
Yeah, Marty.
Binod?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I think it's a good presentation. Looks like half of the property is not being utilized. So I'm a proponent of development, so I think it's a good plan. I was reading through the articles for the church, and it's a 503(1)(c). So when this development happens, will it still be will the new development still be under 501(c)(3)? I'm pointing towards tax implications for the county. So will the county receive taxes as per a residential unit, or would it be as a 503(1)(c)?
Do you want me to take that response to the question?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Rosa Estrada with Wesley Housing. The development will be, Wesley Housing is the development sponsor for this particular residential development. Once, what we typically do is we create a separate entity that will own and operate the development. As far as taxes is concerned, the portion on which the residential property sits will definitely be paying taxes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other member, Robert?
So I have to admit, I'm in a bit of a quandary here with this, because we're at a property that's maybe 3/4 of a mile from another property. It borders a very busy, heavily trafficked highway in Route 7 that has also additional plans for potential expansion in the near future. This property already has a largely developed portion with a massive parking lot that does not do anything for stormwater runoff. And that part of the property, it sounds like, and I'll pitch this as the question first, if we're creating two separate lots on this property, half A, where the existing church sits, will have zero alterations or recommendations or changes done to the existing stormwater runoff problem that Marty was talking about, where it filters down to that rear corner. And yet, we're sitting here not worried about traffic, safety, the massive payment, the proposed 4-story unit complex that will now take up the entire eastern part of this property. And we're saying that if we're looking at two proposals to do assisted living facilities off of major highways in the county that are 3/4 of a mile apart from each other, that one is such a eyesore to a community, and this other one is almost sounding like generally okay, or let's move forward. I don't know. I'm just confused here on where the task force is going. And if we're talking about the fact that the homes which border this church tend to not sell for $1 million, but only for 500 to 700,000, that it's not causing enough anger with the rest of us for this. But allow the church to please address the separation of this lot and the complete lack of any enhancement to the stormwater runoff to the existing church parking lot and structure.
Okay, thank you. I can address that portion. I'll say that if the comprehensive plan, the use that we're requesting as far as the specific guidance for this property is approved, then will enable us to pursue the entitlements. The half of the property will be subdivided, as Mr. Chamberlain pointed out, to accommodate to the church parcel. There will be parking improvements to the church parcel, and I think it's not entirely accurate to say that the county's not going to require stormwater management controls whenever you have additional impervious surface to that existing parking. And Aaron Vinson, I believe, can potentially speak to this in a little more detail. Aaron?
Sure. Thanks. No, I would add to that it is our expectation that we will approach this site for stormwater management holistically. So it would not be accurate for us to say that we were only going to treat the portion of the site where the independent living facility is proposed. So we're gonna look at this holistically. Our plan is to take a site that has zero stormwater controls on it today and upgrade it to a point where we have improved the condition for the entire site.
I'll just say that respectfully, you all probably had one of the most thorough and very well written proposals. And nowhere in this proposal does it say we will do exactly what you just said and address the entire site holistically towards stormwater runoff.
Sure. Those are the kind of details that we look forward to working through, we hope, during the rezoning and the site plan process. But you're right. That is a detail that we think is ahead of us.
Other task force members have comments. Alice?
Marty,
Yeah.
Bill Likos here.
I'm sorry,
over the
Bill.
phone.
Bill, go ahead, Bill. I'll get to you next.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt my colleagues. I'm sort of stuck here without camera. A question to the engineer on options, and I appreciate that these are still to be engineered and finalized in the latter processes here. But I know the site sits kind of right at the crest of a couple of stormwater systems and different directions for runoff. And the problem that Marty so appropriately raised is that the water that runs downhill and ends up in the stormwater system, if you will, headed down Patrick Henry, ultimately to Beachway, and then out Holmes Run, is not capable of managing the kind of storms that we have now, and likely the runoff that may be generated by your project. That said, appreciating that retention and other design elements will be part of your mitigations, is it also safe to say that one option that could be considered in terms of managing the outflow is to move it in the other direction of the crest to where the existing stormwater facilities that manage Chateau and that side of Patrick Henry could be the destination for accommodating the runoff that does occur from the site? Because I think that would singularly make a huge difference to the impacts in Ravenwood Park as well as downstream from there, which is our neighborhood.
Yeah, I'll defer to Aaron to address that question.
Sure, thanks. That's a good question. So Noah touched on this a little bit at the beginning of the presentation, but just to sort of walk you through what our sort of order of operations will be here as we approach stormwater, in the event that we're fortunate enough to move forward here. The first option that we want to explore is to divert as much water as possible that may flow through the existing system to the south, and we want to divert that water toward the existing system in Leesburg Pike. There is some work that we have to do with county staff to work through how that would work, but that is our number one option, is to take as much runoff as possible from this site that goes through the Ravenwood neighborhood today and divert it toward Leesburg Pike. The second option that we'll explore for runoff that cannot be diverted away from Ravenwood will be infiltration. Okay, so during the rezoning process, we will be conducting some soil testing, as Noah mentioned earlier, to determine if the existing soil on site today is suitable for infiltration. And what infiltration is, most of you already know this, but basically, if the existing soil on our site today is suitable to actually infiltrate water, so water comes into the soil and it drains down through the soil and eventually reaching the water table. Certain soils are suitable for that, certain soils are not. So one of our early homework undertakings will be to test the soils on site to determine if the soils infiltrate. If they do infiltrate, that can be a very effective way of limiting the amount of runoff leaving our site. So to the extent the soils can soak up water, we can, not to overpromise too much, we can make water disappear, right? And so it will go into the soil and into the water table and not into the Ravenwood storm sewer system. In the event that we cannot take all water through an infiltration system, we'll have a series of facilities on site, including bioretention, permeable pavement, and a significant detention component where we will treat water and we will detain it significantly and release it at low rates over time so that the amount of runoff leaving our site is significantly below the levels of runoff leaving the site today.
Thank you very much for that response.
Alice?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you all could speak a little bit more about the proposed 5,000 square foot medical or general office. Would these be rented out to medical providers who will specifically treat residents of the facility, or would they be kind of serving the general public?
Yes, the idea is that they would be community serving medical office. And I mentioned, the Culmar Clinic as an example, but we would also have the capacity for an office use, but an office use that would be compatible with the community, be compatible with the primary independent living facility use. And that's something that we would, if we are fortunate to go forward, that's also something that's going to be the product of discussion with county staff to ensure that what would potentially go in there would meet the goals of the community and the objectives of the county.
Got it. Thanks.
Sure.
Other task force members, Jeff?
Thanks. First, a question. What is the county's current, what do they currently look at for the, obviously we've talked about the stormwater retention has to has to do better, but what kind of storm? I mean, is it a 100-year storm, 500-year storm, 1,000-year storm? What does that, what level does it have to, does it have to rise to, to the facility handle and not screw the neighbors to kind of get a passing grade?
Sure. The storm events that we will look at a minimum will be the 1, 2, and 10-year storms. So those are the storms that statistically are likely to happen once a year, once every 2 years, and once every 10 years. We will also be looking at how our site functions under the 100-year storm event. And then there may be, depending on, our engagement with the community and different concerns that may come up through what we hope will be the rezoning process, there may be a possibility to explore other design storms as well. But at a minimum, we're looking at the 1-year, 2-year, and 10-year frequency storms.
Jeff, if I could just insert for a second, on the 2 storms that I referenced, we were told on both occasions that they were 500-year storms. They occurred in 2018 and 2019. So we either have 1,000 years of protection from those storms, or we have to really redefine what a storm is. And
yeah, I'm really concerned about our scale here. Wow, this is definitely going to be, if we move this on, this is going to be an absolute must for at least in my book, for us to add to the work program. We need to be looking. I would I think agree with you, Marty, that we need to be looking at 500-year storms in order to look at this site. And honestly, I think that should be, because we're having 500-year storms now, once a year, it seems like, that should be the case for all developments, not just this one. But anyways, the full site, I'd like to see the full site to be upgraded. And then the retention, you mentioned about retention. I mean, what about potentially using, you've got enough space on the site using retention ponds. Would that be an option potentially?
Well, I think, I'm happy to defer to Aaron, but I'll just note that, a lot of these issues that we're talking about are very site specific and civil engineering issues that at this particular stage where we haven't made any application submissions, it's difficult to say exactly what specific stormwater management implementation would be, other than to reiterate that it is very rigorous. And, as Aaron mentioned, they will look at the effects of, the 100-year storms and do it and try to accommodate. But you are dealing with property that's currently unimproved, that has no stormwater controls. And, one of our first priorities is to direct as much of the outfall as we can to the channels on 7, which is something that you're not seeing right now. So I don't want, and I'll let Aaron jump in. I just, there is a pretty rigorous process. It's difficult to get too far into the weeds, but it is a concern that we acknowledge, and I'll Aaron to clarify anything.
Well, I would just add to your question specifically, Mr. Longo, about the possibility of a pond. What we typically see in more urban environments like this, where we have a lot of competing priorities, right? Stormwater is obviously a very high priority that we're going to take very seriously. There are other things that we want to be thinking about as well, like tree preservation and how we buffer ourselves from our neighbors and things like that. And so in these situations, while we have a lot of work ahead of us on stormwater, I don't expect that a pond is likely to be the solution, because of the fact that they are generally less effective than many of the other measures we can implement today, and they have a significant footprint, and they would require the removal of a significant number of trees. So there will be a very serious detention component to mimic what a pond would otherwise provide, but we expect it will happen underground in other facilities that are less land consumptive.
Okay, I mean, this is something I think for a different stage in the process. All right, my last comment here is just in response to another council member's comment regarding whether, judging this versus another the other proposal that we had, and whether or not we go forward with this. Is that because the neighborhood surrounding it is not, doesn't have $1.5 million homes? And I need to refute that in the strongest possible terms. To me, these are not the same application at all. We are changing in this application. This is an application to build on top of what is currently institutional land, and it has a much larger footprint that, at least the shape of it is, and it allows for a lot more buffer space between the neighborhood and it. I didn't see any kind of buffer space on the previous footprint, and I saw a lot, I saw it encroaching on something that was previously zoned residential, and it had plan language that said as such. So
Jeff, I'll only add to my comment then, Jeff, that this proposal is a 4-story building. The proposal on the other lot was 2-story. And there's a drastic difference in that visualization for the size of the lot, that I believe personally that both are equitably the same improvement to the same style of land for their location.
Yeah, I just let's not make assumptions on why other council members might be voting the way they are, because you made a very big assumption, and it was kind of offensive.
Okay, points made. Let's move on. Other task force members like to have any comments or have any questions for the nominator?
Yeah, Marty, real quick, what was mentioned during the presentation was it'd be some modifications to the existing church buildings. I'd just like to find out, are these cosmetic changes or are these substantial changes that we in fact should be aware of?
So part of the nomination includes a very small potential for increase to the existing church on the order of, I believe it's 2,500 square feet, I think is the maximum. And Reverend Moore, if you have anything to add to that point, I'm happy to hear from you.
Yeah, so the only thing we'd be adding would be to bring us up to compliance with some ADA compliance, like an elevator in our church or any renovation, but there's no plan for major expansion at all. And also, I just wanted to add, Mr. Machowski, we are looking forward to working with you. We've been in contact a lot with Barbara Wolf, and we, obviously COVID got us down a little bit, but we are back on board as far as wanting to really work with the community. We're also reached out to the Bailey's Crossroads Seven Corners Revitalization Corporation to reach out to our neighbors. And so we're working on some really great community outreach, and just want to let you know, I look forward to meeting you in this process as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Other task force members with comments or questions? Ed, did you have some? No, I'm sorry.
I have one last
Okay,
one.
Donna.
The stormwater management, going back to that, is something that I always find very important. And I'm new with the task force, so I'm not quite sure people are saying that, but that comes in at a later time. But I think that's something important enough to have in up front. And I don't know if we can qualify it at this point that the stormwater management needs to handle the 500-year storm, or, a language like that at this point.
I think we can discuss that when we get to the voting and the conditions section of our deliberations. But I would certainly like to have something in our comments. Other task force members, questions, comments? No. Michael and Graham, let's open it up now to comments from community members. Michael, just a heads up. One of our neighbors contacted me asking if he had some pictures he wanted task force members to see as part of this. I asked him to email them to you, hoping that you would be able to sort of figure that out. Graham, will you introduce our next guest?
Yeah, we have a number of callers and people that are on the video feed. The first caller, let's see here. First caller is 202-579. Caller, can you hear us? Again, this is 202-579. Caller, can you hear us? All right, sounds like we can't hear them. I'll try the next one. Next caller is 703-395. Caller, can you hear us?
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We are.
We are.
This is Debbie Smith from Mason Center Council.
Hi, Debbie.
Hello there, Marty. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't have the application in front of me. I thought I read that there was going to be vehicular access to the property to the east. And I was wondering, what is the purpose of that?
The county does encourage interparcel access where it can be, I think with most developments where there's the ability to do that. And so I think that's the intent underlying that.
Okay, I would caution against that, just knowing that, well, if there's overflow parking, that could end up in the neighborhood, the Vinewood neighborhood, and near the funeral parlor right next to it. So that's a concern that I have, and I just wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Sam?
All right, the next call, person on the call is Saif Rahman. Saif, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
We can hear you, Saif. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Saif Rahman. I'm the Director of Public and Government Affairs at Dar al-Hijra Islamic Center in Falls Church, right across the street from Pastor Stephen Moore. And I'm just calling in support of this. First Christian Church has been gracious to work with us on our parking issues. And we look forward to actually, the needs of the community, knowing that our community is growing and, housing for elderly and people in need is something that is somewhat essential, particularly in a neighborhood that's starting to increase in values and prices. The housing of the Culmore Clinic, which we are part of, and working with Pastor Moore's church on Safe Haven is something that they've been doing very well for the community. I have no doubt that the development on that property will take into account what's necessary and what's reasonable for the community. So I'm just here to speak in support of the church's efforts to do so, and we look forward to actually continuing to work with them and working with you all actually on another application that we're coming up on, I guess, next month. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Graham?
Next up is Mark Donert. Mark, can you hear us?
Mark, are you there? Mark?
Maybe we can come back to Mark.
You come back to Mark.
Yep. Next up is Ed Ruggiero. Ed, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Yeah, Ed, please go ahead.
Yes, after hearing all the speakers, something comes up a couple of times, and that is what's the overall plan and how this fits into it? Because there are properties on towards the Seven Corners area where they're basically unused, and instead of building on land that's there now that maybe should remain the way it is, why don't they think about making better use of the buildings that are already there? Kind of like Bailey's Crossroads, they used one of those buildings for their school rather than building on a separate property or whatever. Why not make use of the buildings that are there that are basically vacant? And on that basis, I kind of oppose the development.
Thank you, Ed. Graham?
All right. The next speaker is Rodney North. Rodney, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Rodney. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I echo what Ed was just saying, just as with the prior nomination. I think the task force was pointing out there are other nearby properties that might be better suited for the proposal. Some of those may also be suitable for this building if it were to be built. I want to be very clear about addressing my remarks to the county plan. And because of course, you all as gatekeepers are asking, how does the proposal fit to the plan? Sometimes there are competing goals, and I want to speak to some of the other goals of the plan, which I think are getting short shrift. And those include environmental protection, water runoff, which is being talked about, transition, and density. So for example, because of the way the proposal is to divide the lot, you're really looking at up to 33 units per acre, which is very high, especially to have that immediately adjacent to an R3 neighborhood like Ravenwood. Also, because other people want to speak, I want to just focus on the environmental issues as are expressed in county plans. But when you do talk about things like in this case, tree canopy, they all touch upon the other ones. They tie into managing stormwater runoff, transition between neighborhoods, and also the problem which doesn't come up, and that is light pollution. So I live south of the property. Our neighbors already have headlights from the church in their bedroom windows. And overall, there's going to be a lot more light if this were to be built 24/7. So there's that. But specifically, I just want to read this about canopy in the plan. So from page 111 of the comprehensive plan for Seven Corners, for the Seven Corners CBC, which of course is immediately adjacent to all this, it says, quote, to foster high quality design and sustainable development that limits adverse impacts on the environment and the community. And yet the plan also acknowledges that 90% of this land is already developed. So to that, I would add, in the last study, this is 2015, the Mason District already has the least tree cover of any district in the county. Our district has lost more tree canopy, over 200 acres, in the last 4 years than any other district. We've lost more tree canopy as a percentage of the total than any other district. Meanwhile, the county is doing a good job in those other districts where tree canopy, 5 of those districts, it's actually increasing. Further, and this really all this gets into is context, and neighborhood is all about context. So I want to mention how to the north of this property, you have to go a full mile to I-66 to find another similar lot of woods. To the west, you have to go 1.25 miles, that's over by Sleepy Hollow Park, to find a similar lot. The point being that the district needs all the trees and woodland we can get, especially here on the edge of the Seven Corners CBC. And then I'll leave it with that so others could speak, but to the extent that we can retain as much tree cover as possible, we can help ameliorate all these other issues like transition from high density to low density, light pollution, and stormwater runoff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rodney. Can I just ask, just a break here to address the issue that Rodney raised? This is something new, that if you look at the area of the lot that is actually going to be principally redeveloped, the area to the right, well, to the left of the church, if you're looking at it from Route 7, that, and most of there would be some parking extension on the other side, but effectively you're developing it at the density of 33 units per acre. How do we address that when a big piece of property is not going to be built upon, but a section of the property will be, but we average the number out over that larger property? How do we deal with that as a matter of policy? But perhaps it's a question for the staff.
So if this proposal were to go forward and become a plan amendment, and we we're at a point where we would be writing plan guidance for this specific proposal, we would look at writing it in such a way that it would be specific in terms of the density on the portion of the site where the residential is proposed. We don't know what that looks like now, obviously, but we would try to be, our thinking now is that, again, if it were to go forward, we would try to be as define it as much as possible. So it would be clear where that density would go,
right,
is envisioned to go, or to fulfill the proposal, to implement the proposal.
Okay.
Yeah. Could I add something? Just to add on to what Jen said. This
Sure.
is Clara again. I think, density, dwelling units per acre, FAR, is just one indicator of how massive or how intense a development is. I think when you're talking about transitions, as the previous comment alluded to with the tree canopy, you need to look at screening, at height, in addition to mass, any berming. There's a lot to the design of the building that should also be considered, and that we would need to be very specific about for this property if we were to get to that stage. So I think that number, that 33, if that were the density, that's just one important way of looking at it, but you have to include the other pieces when you're getting specific.
Okay. Thank you, Clara. Graham, why don't we, I'm sorry for interrupting, why don't we go on?
Okay, let's try Mark Donert again.
Mark?
I don't know how to talk. Am I
Go ahead, talk. Welcome.
Right. Yes, thank you. I actually put most of my comments in the Q&A. My general high-level rhetorical question is, by our Constitution in Virginia, it's the job of the government to basically protect people and communities. And Marty, given what you said about the water issues, I mean, the previous development on Peace Valley Lane went through even the geotechnical review board because we, the residents of Ravenwood Park, found that the original proposal by the developer with regard to the stormwater would have been a design that would have been inconsistent with the level of what is apparently a perched groundwater table. So because of that, we were able to get it go to the geotechnical review board, and they reviewed it, and a majority of the members, I guess, basically concurred, and that resulted in a redesign of the thing. But given the whole complexity of that whole area, I don't believe it's like the church's responsibility to figure out stormwater. To me, it's the government's responsibility to look at the entire area. And if what was done in the original plan for the Peace Valley development was not sufficient, then the county should take that back to the experts, if need be, to the geotechnical review board, and get an entire assessment of the entire area from basically Patrick Henry all the way down to Rio to include Ravenwood Park. So that's what I wanted to speak about.
Thank you, Mark.
Right. The next caller is a phone 571-235. Caller, can you hear us?
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Nathan Chasen. I live in Ravenwood Park, and Mr. Machowski earlier shared that stormwater runoff plan. The epicenter of that stormwater runoff is my house. Over the last 2 years, we've had 2 major floods, and I know somebody earlier commented that one of those floods was, I believe Marty said, a 500-year storm. I think the Fairfax County Water Authority said 100-year when I met with him, and last year's storm on July 8th of 2019 was a 200-year storm. That's the odds of a 100-year storm followed by a 200-year storm is about 1 in 20,000. So I think that we need to reconsider our calculations. I know that Fairfax County Water uses 10-year storms when planning their sewer system, and the person that I spoke with at Fairfax County Water has said that they use the surrounding area of the inlets when they overflow for overflow area, and that they are supposed to have adequate land for the water to overflow at inlets. That land would be my basement. There's nothing more hopeless than watching your backyard water fill up with water like a swimming pool, except to hear county officials and planning boards say that they're going to continue to build and increase the water runoff. I don't think that we can afford another drop of water in the Ravenwood community water runoff system. I think it's already overloaded. We heard a lot of the same platitudes that we're hearing tonight when the community was considering Champion Oak Court. They talked about making sure that they had ponds and dams, and they were poorly built, they're not maintained, and they were inadequate from the get-go. And so I think, cutting down trees and turning pervious surface into impervious surface is a big mistake. And it's frustrating. My house seems to be the ground zero for every stormwater system in the neighborhood, and adding more load to that is just disheartening. So I hope this proposal is voted against.
Thank you, Nate. Graham?
Next is Michael Crana. Michael, can you hear us?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Michael Crana. I know it's late, so I will try to keep my comments brief. My family and I live in the Lake Barcroft community, having moved there in 2014. Around that same time, I joined the Wesley Housing Board of Directors and have served as its treasurer for the past 3 years. During my time at Wesley, Shelley and her team have consistently proven themselves to be highly capable developers, owners, and operators of affordable housing solutions. They provide a wide array of quality resident support services that help distinguish Wesley amongst its peers. In addition, Shelley and her team have been tireless advocates for our most vulnerable community members, helping to solve one of the more pressing issues faced by our local community, the lack of affordable housing. And this is particularly true for our senior population. Wesley's proposed independent senior living residence on the Route 7 corridor has the potential to make a significant and meaningful positive difference in people's lives. And that's exactly the type of thoughtful, mission-oriented development that our community needs. Furthermore, by partnering with the First Christian Church, Wesley has the opportunity to work with an established member of the Colmore community to create a project that is directly responsive to the immediate needs of its residents. I'm excited to have Wesley as a future neighbor, and I invite you to lend your support to this critically needed affordable housing project. Thanks for your attention and time.
Thank you, Michael. Graham?
Next up is Barbara Wolf. Barbara, do you have any questions or comments?
Hi, Barbara.
If I'm unmuted, but
We can hear you, Barbara.
okay, thanks. I think that there have been so many thoughtful and relevant comments tonight. I think that for Ravenwood Park, the biggest issue is kind of our tree canopy, our cover, our stormwater drain off, you know, all those issues. I can't speak for the entire neighborhood, but I think that we generally have come around the theme that we appreciate the opportunity to have affordable senior housing in our neighborhood, and that's a good thing. And I think that based on everything I've heard tonight, we just really need the county to be cognizant of and thoughtful about and really specific in what we see in their recommendations that guarantee us that the concerns that we have at our front of line are being addressed. And that's about the drainage issues and the canopy issues, and that would be thoughtfully addressed. Does that make sense to everyone?
It does. Thank you, Barbara.
All right, next up is a caller, 516 area code, so 516-316. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Diane Rudnick, and I live in Ravenwood Park. I'm a homeowner, and I'm concerned about a few things in the project. I am concerned about a decrease in my property values. The person who said that the houses are worth 500 to 700 is incorrect. A low of a house was go for 585 that wasn't renovated, and the recent houses are going for 765, 785, 815, and 865. So I am concerned that my property values are going to go lower if I have some lower income neighborhoods that are near me. I'm concerned, the big thing is the height of the buildings are going to look into our neighborhood because they're so high, they're going to be higher than the current tree line. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the traffic flow. I'm wondering if people are going to go through our neighborhood now in order to make a right turn into the project. Because if they came the other way and were to make a left turn, it's almost impossible to make a left turn onto Route 7 into that complex. So I'm very concerned about that. The other thing we have is there's no sidewalks near the chateau or down that whole stretch of the down to Patrick Henry Drive, from the church down to Patrick Henry. So how are these people going to go shopping? Are they going to get in their car and then have to go make a left-hand turn onto Route 7 in order to go in the shopping complex? You can't make a left turn from Route 7. The traffic is so bad there to begin with. I'm very concerned about there's going to be increased accidents and increased density. So I appreciate that the church has been very good in working with Ravenwood Park. I welcome dealing with them, but I am concerned that, you know, all these other issues have not been addressed, in addition to the rainwater project that everybody else has mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane.
All right, next up is Chris Thompson. Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, welcome, Chris. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight. I am one of the neighbors that is juxtaposed to the church property, and I appreciate that the church wants to do outreach with us in the future on this. I recently moved here about 3 years ago, and to sort of echo some comments made about the earlier project, you know, when you move to this area from outside the area and outside the region, buying a home in this area is very difficult. So we're very happy to be living where we're at. I will be brief because it's getting late, but you know, some of the primary concerns I have been mentioned. But you have a pretty large building, a 5-story building, as I understand it, being proposed, and it's juxtaposed next to our neighborhood, which in our area is single-story ramblers. The concerns about the water are very relevant. Those of you familiar with the church property know that there's a pretty steep slope that goes out to the outside worship area. And that water does come down that area and into our neighborhood. It runs across our property and down to what's known as Sherrill Drive. And all the homes through there have basements. And so the water issue is a very big concern for us. So in summary, you know, main concerns are the size of the building, or the height of the building, the canopy that could protect us from noise pollution from the delivery trucks delivering to the businesses, the other traffic associated with the proposal, and light pollution. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Next up is Amy Zerwas Carter. Amy, can you hear us?
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Amy, go ahead. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I'm actually neighbors with the previous person. I live on Vinewood Place, and I just kind of want to reiterate some of the pieces that have been also mentioned. I read through the proposal before, and 113 to 116 units didn't mean anything to me, but 4 stories, 5 stories, that does mean something. That means a lack of privacy. That means light pollution. And we love the forest between us and the church. That's a concern that's been addressed before. But basically, it's just like there's some things that I feel like have not been considered and have not been addressed with the neighbors directly adjacent to this property. So, and that should be considered before moving forward. So, that's all.
Thank you, Amy.
Next up is Ann Baker. Ann, can you hear us?
Hi, Ann. Welcome. Go ahead.
I have found this conversation very helpful. I've learned a lot. I'm very concerned about the stormwater runoff that I'm learning about. And I'm a homeowner of one of the townhouses. So I'm not down the hill, I'm up the hill. And I want to just point out that we have 3 retaining walls. And so our immediate concerns in terms of the water are different. but I really hope that people in the townhouse community will be included in the conversations as if this project moves forward, because it could have an enormous impact those in any way if those retaining walls are jeopardized. And I also have concern about the traffic. At the same time, I want to say that I really support the idea of providing low-income housing for seniors, because the cost of real estate in this area is so expensive. And so I'm in a moral dilemma personally, and I just really hope that everyone involved will take this decision very, very seriously and include as much of the neighborhood from all around the neighborhood as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Next is Kanika Verma. Kanika, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Welcome.
I live in Squires Hill Drive, which is one of the townhouses right above the church. And I kind of have the same concern as what Anne just mentioned about the retaining wall, because all the units on that side are built on this retaining wall. And secondly, I'd like to understand what is the timeline of this development, and if this does go through, what kind of boundary walls are you proposing, the height, the material, and of course, what's the proposal of maintaining the canopy, the tree canopy, which is right behind, because as many of them have already mentioned, the trees are definitely a huge reason why we moved over here, and so I just wanted to understand a couple of things about if there is a kind of a boundary wall, what kind of that boundary wall would look like. We have been here for a year, and we've already had some issues of people walking through from the church side into our housing area, and we've had issues of cars being broken into. So just want to understand that aspect of it as well.
Thank you, Tamika.
Next is Joshua Liller. Joshua, can you hear us?
Joshua?
Check.
We can hear you.
Go ahead, you're welcome.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for allowing us, the public, to say something tonight. It's very important, I feel, to get the neighbors' input and their wisdom, considering we all have lived here and experienced the storms and everything that has been discussed tonight. So thank you very much for letting us speak. I guess I didn't introduce myself. I'm sorry. My name is Josh Liller, and my family has lived here at Adrian Place for 8.5 years now. We are plat number 10 on the diagram. So we're literally talking about our backyard. And I'm waving to you guys up at the townhouses there. Hi. I just wanted to again reiterate the stormwater management piece. When we first got here, things were fine. Then gradually we started experiencing more and more runoff issues. We've spent well over $5,000, maybe even approaching $10,000 on different landscaping projects to try and help alleviate that. So yes, lots of money being sunk into that project. Echoing Mr. Lekos and Mr. Longo both, it's very important to us. I did have a question for the parking. I just wanted to make sure I understood it properly. I guess let me just state the question, and that is, where precisely will the parking be located for the project? Because it's not fully clear to me at this time. So I don't know if I can get that answered or not, or do I just keep going?
I actually have that question too as a follow-up question. This is Jeff Longo, and sorry to bust in, but I don't know if we can pause and actually just get this one.
No, can you address that?
Excuse me. Sorry, I had it on mute. I don't know if the ability for staff to pull up. I think you can pull up the slide with the concept plan. or you can, so the area in gray is parking. That's the current proposed parking. Parking is going to be provided per the zoning ordinance. You know, there's still issues too that we would have to work out, in addition to some other the site-specific issues that are being raised when we get to the you know, rezoning stage. Again, if we are fortunate enough to move forward with the text amendment, but that concept included there to show you the where the parking right now is currently proposed.
And Noah, could you describe to us the existing parking and new parking? Is that darker gray the new parking?
Darker, yes, the darker gray is the new parking, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Should I continue, Marty?
Sure, go ahead, Josh.
Okay, thank you. So the next thing, and I've only got a couple more, so saving time here, hopefully. The next thing is the light pollution. We are indeed the household who get to have the lights shine in our bedroom at night when there are church events. So we don't necessarily mind the occasional event, but I think there's just a raised level of concern if we have this new facility with the nature of what it is. So I'll stop there on that one. And then the last one is, what about noise pollution? We currently enjoy a nice thick canopy that tends to reduce the noise from 7. Has anybody considered the noise implications from taking the canopy out? And I'll stop there. Thank you.
It's a good question. In fact, for staff, is noise issue, how is that addressed through the county planning or rezoning process?
So there is policy plan guidance within the environmental section of the policy plan that talks about noise and light pollution. And those are certainly two of the considerations that are looked into when working with an applicant on site design. And again, referring to that that policy plan guidance that talks about mitigating impacts of noise and light. And I can certainly send you all where that is in the policy plan. But those are considerations that are things that are looked into when going through the site development and site plan process.
Okay. Well, everything's looked into. We'll see how deep we look into it. Josh, are you finished? Okay. Graham?
We have one additional public speaker. It's Donna North. Donna, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, Donna. Welcome. Donna?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. I want to talk about the parking a little bit more. We calculated and you know, we looked at the diagram, and I hope that we have this right, but it seemed that right now we have 85 parking spaces up there. And by the way, we are also directly behind the church, so we experience a lot of the existing noise, which hasn't really bothered us a great deal, but we can talk about that later. So what we want to know is, like, the proposal, it appears that there are 205 parking spaces, and that's an increase of about 120 spaces. So this represents an increase of about 140%. So when we're talking about that, and along with other changes, including a loading area, the building itself, we're talking about a really significant increase in the total hard or impermeable surface, which will, you know, increase stormwater runoff. But I would like to know very much, how far does this proposal hope to extend this parking area? Because right now what we're looking at is an additional 35 feet going deeper into the forested area, which would be right, we'd be looking at this out our window. We have a very large window in the back of our house. And one of the reasons we moved here was because how beautiful the neighborhood is. It's a mature neighborhood. It's a walking neighborhood. There are woods directly behind us. There are, you know, animals. It's amazing how much wildlife is packed into that space. And we are deeply concerned about losing all of that. And as far as the noise is concerned, we've in past dealt with some noise issues that have come from the church. These weren't, noises that are mostly it was music, which is, can be pleasant. But other times it was trucks coming in because the parking space was being rented out to large trucks, and that stopped, thankfully. So I appreciate that the church was being cooperative. But when you think about just what that did to the experience of living here, of having trucks rumbling even for 20 minutes because they were hanging out having coffee as they were parked there at midnight. I can't imagine what the experience is going to be like. How much more noise and light that neighbors in an established neighborhood. I just don't understand how we can even think that this would be okay. This is a neighborhood that's been around for what, 60 plus years? And we have a church property that's been sitting on the woods, raised up. And, we all know about the water issues. It's like you have this towering structure that has the ability to wreak havoc just by expanding. It's a church. We moved here thinking it's a church. It's a church. It's not going to change. It's not going to become a realtor or a real estate developer. So I'm just still trying to wrap my head around that. And but if somebody could please speak to the parking, the extension of the parking, because it seems to be expanding in every which direction.
Noah, could you address that briefly?
Sure. Well, the parking, that's going to be provided by ordinance, and we're able to utilize certain techniques given the specific uses that we're requesting, where we can have shared parking. We're not going to count the numbers because, again, it's a concept, and parking is going to be provided by the ordinance, but it has been designed, the current concept has been designed with an eye towards preservation and to reduce the impervious footprint on the property. And so as to the greatest extent possible. But ultimately, parking is a function of the county. And with an independent living facility, you have a lower parking requirement than you would have with a residential residential condo or townhome development. So that is what we propose. And again, it's the idea behind the text amendment. It's for the use that we're looking at, the use of the independent living facility. And it is something that, again, through our discussions with the community, limits the impact of what otherwise might be developed under the very general guidelines and guidance that's provided currently in the comprehensive plan.
Well, if I could just speak to the independent living idea, I'm not sure that really is a great distinction compared to residential, because independent living in that particular spot, which is you have to have a car, and 55 is not what I would call a senior. 50 or 55. Technically, maybe that's the age of being a senior, but it's an independent living structure. So you're going to have people who are driving. They're going to have two cars, probably, because otherwise you're going to be dependent on the bus. One car or two car, regardless. And independent living is if you have one person who meets the grade of being a senior, 55. How many other people can you have in that one unit that are under 18 or between 18 or whatever? It's just I'm not sure how the independent living really measures up in terms of senior living. There's senior living that's assisted living, but independent living is really about apartments. This is an apartment. This will be an apartment unit that does align with your mission, which you've spoken about, I think, eloquently. So I'm not really sure that is a very convincing case to make. And I guess I'll close by saying the parking, looking at parking at headlights at night, and also the lights that you're going to have to put up there to make it safe, and also the lights that are coming from the building. if you can just imagine what that experience is like for single family homeowners in a neighborhood like this, I would just try to imagine. I don't think you live in this neighborhood. I'm not sure if, I think you said you lived in Reston. I'm not even sure how many people on the who work at the church live in this neighborhood or near it. So that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Graham, do we have others?
No, we do not.
Okay. No, let me just ask a quick question following up on what Donna had to say. And this is sort of a, if you build it, will they come question? And perhaps the staff can address this too. You know, but this has been sort of briefly described as senior independent living. It's 55 or 50. It's as young as 18. It looks a little bit less senior. But what happens if you build these units with this age restriction on it and there's a marketing problem? What was the county? How would the county respond if they came back to the county and said, "Hey, we just can't lease these apartments. You need to sort of give us a little more age flexibility." Is that an issue that we've run into before in the county? Is the demand so great that that's not a problem?
Do you want me? I'm sorry. Do you want me to address?
Either Noah or Steph. I saw Penny shaking her head if she'd like to. If she'd like to address.
I can speak to the age restrictions. I mean, they're governed by federal regulation with the finance involved of fair housing. So, you know, you can't have, you know, there are those requirements. I can't speak to the county's position. I don't know if Roger Gross wants to weigh in on anything.
If you don't mind, just briefly, in any kind of senior housing facility or any kind of income qualified facility that I'm aware of, especially anything that Wesley Housing has done over the last 20 or 30 years, that's never been an issue.
Okay.
It might be an issue in a conventionally owned kind of situation, but not in this. There are so many restrictions about income levels and how you market and so forth. So it should not be a problem at all.
Appreciate that, Penny. I just you know, it's not surprising they're putting perhaps it justifies their commitment and their in putting a senior housing place in between a church and a funeral home, but we'll go from you know, we'll allow their marketing judgment to prevail on that one.
May I, Marty, ask Shelley Murphy, our president and CEO of Wesley Housing, to just address that marketability point for a quick second?
Sure.
Thank you. Shelley?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
welcome.
we can. Okay. Welcome. Hi. It's been a wonderful discussion, and we really look forward to getting to know the residents in the community. With respect to senior housing, this will be our 4th senior property in Fairfax County if you all allow us to move forward. And in all of those instances, demand far outstrips supply. Marketability is not an issue. There's such a shortage of housing for lower income seniors. I also wanted to address the issues about concerns about age. Depending upon the federal restrictions and the type of financing, all of our other senior projects actually have a 62 age restriction, and the average age is 75. I think in all of our other senior properties, we have one individual right now living with an older adult that doesn't meet that age restriction. So basically the demand for this type of housing is so great that, you know, we really don't anticipate a problem with marketability. And to be honest, even if there was, the independent living restrictions would keep us from converting it to regular, you know, market rate or family affordable housing.
Right. Okay. Thanks. That's helpful. I'm getting some strange feedback. Is that Okay, that just went away. Thanks. Whoever touched a button fixed my problem. Okay, are there any other questions, comments, discussion points from members of the task force before we consider the decision issues in front of us?
I want to go back to this parking space issue a little bit. That's been brought up by several members of the community, and I think they've actually kind of helped open my eyes to an issue here with that. We're dealing with a church which obviously has services on Sunday. We're adding in 180 parking spots, but also if it's assisted or elder care facility, that's also the time where family might be visiting and stuff like that. Are we seeing any potential considerations to where this could push traffic for the church during its normal service times out onto Leesburg Pike and create any other traffic issues where we already have on Leesburg Pike on the westbound side serious traffic considerations for a future thing that we'll also be considering?
I'm sorry. If that was a question for me, I got cut out there for a second.
Yeah, I'm trying to walk through what does this look like in terms of potentially traffic and Sunday services combined with now potentially up to 180 new people having visitors. When we think about this in the greater context of Leesburg Pike already is very massive, tons of traffic, and we have another nominee later on that's proposing a similar type project on the other side of the street, and now seeing all of this combined together.
Well, I think that trip generation for independent living facilities is not very high. We don't anticipate any impact in connection with the Sunday services, and in fact, it is the fact that we have an adjacent church that is not going to have a very high degree of intensity during the week, which enables us to do things like shared parking. So we don't foresee any issue with Sunday just due to the nature of the uses.
And this is Clara from staff. I just wanted to add that in the staff recommendation, not only was there consideration given to transportation analysis that would be needed, but an indication that that analysis should also include consideration of what may happen on the mosque property. So understanding that what happens along Route 7 needs to be considered together. So that was an important part of staff's recommendation.
And there's an existing parking, isn't there an existing parking sharing agreement between the mosque and the church for Friday services at the mosque?
Yes, there is.
Reverend Moore?
Yes, there is currently a parking sharing agreement with the mosque.
Okay.
Question. Yeah, I have a question. Does the church have other activities during the week? I know they said services on Sunday, but do they have many activities during the week?
We do have some activities during the week, such as, Bible study or meetings. We have our Safe Haven ministry. We've allotted in this plan, hopefully that it will be able to go tonight, enough parking for our activities in addition to the senior citizens who would be moving into the building, and hopefully, we would welcome them to join our ministries as well.
Any other comments or questions? I know that we create some havoc there when we stop by to buy a pumpkin for Halloween at the church. So hopefully that won't be disrupted.
Marty, just one quick thing just to throw out there. If the task force approves and moves forward to a work plan, is to also have the developers consider underground parking for the residents of the facility, and that might save some of the trees along the edge where they're looking to put parking spaces in that, and might take some of those cars off the road. And in addition, that probably the citizens who are, folks who are going to be living there, that they can just take an elevator up to their floor as opposed to walking that long distance out in the elements.
Sure.
I'm going to say something to that. That adds an extreme expense to the project, and you probably just killed it if you do that.
Could I suggest increasing the building height to allow for a smaller footprint?
That's certainly, I mean, it certainly would allow for a smaller footprint. I don't know if, I mean, there are other issues about visual sightline and that sort of thing, but that may be an attractive.
Actually, Marty,
Yeah,
very
go ahead,
similar to Karen's point on the underground parking garage. What they're specifically asking for is something under 4 stories because it falls under very different regulations and fire code and building requirements than when you get above 4 stories. And so that's where you see in these developments, garden style is traditionally always capped at 4 stories, having a lot more to do with fire suppression systems and elevator requirements than anything else. It's about $80,000 per space to build a garage parking spot, just for anyone's general reference.
Okay.
And
let me also add to Robert's comments, notwithstanding fire codes and other things, the simple fact in maintaining the mission of this property and this proposal is 4-story construction is affordable, and anything above that is not, because you pretty soon move into construct to concrete and steel. So I think high-rise is as contrary to the mission of this proposal as would underground parking be.
Okay. Thanks for that, Bill. Other comments from task force members? Any final questions? Okay. Why don't we move into the consideration of first, whether we want to make a decision tonight, whether there have been issues raised that we'd like to think about, whether we need perhaps some time to sort of more artfully craft some of the explanation section or condition sections that we see. I know I'd like to be in a position to be able to support this going forward. There's a lot of issues that have been raised by members of the community. There are obviously the issues that I care deeply about because it affects, my home directly. But I will, so ideally I would like to sort of have a little bit of time to think about that rather than craft those things. I understand that a lot of the issues we discussed tonight are traditionally things that get addressed during the rezoning process. But it is my view, having been involved in some of these planning efforts before, that the more you can nail down and the earlier you can nail it down, the better position you're in for that process. Once we get to the plan amendment, once we get through the plan amendment phase, it becomes that much more difficult, if you will, to sort of push back a little bit against some specific proposals by the developer. So I know that I would feel more comfortable if we just took a little time and perhaps working with staff and through email, develop some of that language that might be helpful and pull those of us who have concerns about this project over the line to be helpful and supportive. So I just put that out as for consideration for the members of the task force to respond to. And I don't know if I'll make a motion to that effect, but I just like to sort of raise that tonight. That is an option that we do have, and it would be put forward for decision only. There'd be no further presentations or no further opportunity for public input. So we would hopefully be able to address that in a relatively short period of time at our next meeting.
I mean, I think we should throw it out there for the general consensus of how we feel first, just like we did for the last one. if in general, we're all ready to vote on this and say there's already enough of us that vote no or yes for it, we can say that yes, with exceptions, and we'd like to craft those exceptions at a later date if that's the route the task force wants to go. But we're also potentially putting the cart before the horse on the decision. And if, say, 9 of us are already ready to vote no, then we're in that situation tonight.
I'd like to potentially do this. Yeah, I mean, like I personally, I'm ready to have a decision tonight, but with some potential modifications. I've got 3 in mind. One is regarding stormwater management. I would like to see I'd like for, as it goes into the work program. So essentially mine is yes in the work plan, but I want the work plan to specifically look at storms that happened over 2018 and 2019 for their stormwater retention in the analysis. I want to, the second bit is tree canopy preservation. And buffer and the buffer space retention. I like to see that as a point of emphasis in the analysis of the proposal, and detailed parking analysis with respect to the unique uses of the site and their existing the deals that they have with the mosque, agreements. So those are the 3 that I have, and I can write those up. I don't know if anybody else has anything additional to add to that they would be comfortable making a decision tonight, or if other people are like you, Marty, that want to hold off.
Donna?
Yeah, those 3 points I'm interested in also. I would like to have a little time to get the language very specific as to what we want to amend and what we're looking for in order to go forward. I feel like I just need a little more time.
Comments from others?
Is their agreement with the mosque and parking part of the whole thing? I don't think that really links into it, because that could go away.
That may be a solution, perhaps, Karen, if we raise those questions, that may be a solution that, but again, the objective here is to try to get some of this stuff addressed and required through the planning process, and not defer that stuff to the, because the applicant told us, the denominator told us at the beginning of this presentation that they have rezoning applications ready to go, essentially, that they are going to file rezoning applications and ask that they be considered in conjunction with phase 2 of this process.
Right, having been through rezoning, that's not as easy as this.
No, rezonings, that's true. Rezonings can be, that's where the detail can sometimes.
Right, and then they have the site plans that they have to go through and all that other stuff on top of it.
Yeah.
This is just.
Right, but again, my bias is that the plan sets the boundaries. The broader you set the boundaries, the more wiggle room there is for the landowner. The tighter you set the boundaries, the less wiggle room there is. I mean, it's just, this is the point in time in which we, the representatives of the community, have our greatest leverage. It will be no greater than it is today. Our first decision is our most important decision.
Well, then I would recommend that you all look at the requirements for the site plans, the civil plans that are required, because a lot of what you addressed is addressed in the review of for the civil plans, and the stormwater management is, I can guarantee you there will be retention weirs and all sorts of weird stuff to keep that water from going down to where it has to be. Because I had to do it before the newest laws got into effect, so I know they're worse now than they were then. So you need to have that information, because the civil plan's got to be looked at, the parking has got to be looked at. That's all done by the county. It's not their thing. They're going to say what they have to have. So I think you need some more time to look at that to see if you really need to amend that.
I think we should be consistent. I think we should be consistent on our decision making, just like we did in the first Arlington Boulevard case. I think we should throw it out there to the members to vote yes, no, or abstain. I think we should be consistent on our decision making process.
Which means we should decide tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Others have any comments?
Yeah, Marty, I have a comment, and it's kind of twofold, so bear with me. I don't want to put this process in lieu of the rezoning process and all of the technical sides that will be addressed at that point. For one thing, it is absolutely unreasonable for us to assume that the developer and that the engineers could come up with sufficiently technical responses in the short period of time that we have before us as a task force. So I'm wondering if really the first question for this group is, should we move this project? Is there enough merit to the project to move it to the work plan? And then secondly, to your point, articulate what are the key areas with some level of specificity. I don't know that of the three that were mentioned, and you know, in my priority, stormwater is higher. I think canopy preservation is important. The parking is not quite doesn't rise to those levels in my mind. But I'm thinking, for example, in stormwater, if we were to make a recommendation, add language to the effect that we move this to the work plan with the requirement that outflow be directed to the fullest extent possible away from Ravenwood Park, or, you know, words to that effect, that wouldn't be sufficient enough guidance to carry this thing as it goes through the process and shape the response that is going to come in the rezoning process. So that's kind of my view. I look to Michael and others to say whether or not that's a reasonable framing of a recommendation in this group.
So I do want to be clear with everyone that if a nomination moves forward to the work program, there may be a number of other considerations that arise at that process that you all may want us to take a look at. So it's not completely necessary to define the language while you're moving from the screening process. The language that you would be offering in terms of an amendment is really just to justify or support why you voted the way you did. If something is not included in that language, it does not mean that it cannot be considered during the plan amendment process, or won't be considered during the plan amendment or during the work program process. So.
And I also think it's really important for us to stay focused on our task, which is not zoning. It's not the other areas. We can try as much as we want to be worried about stormwater runoff, but no matter what we put in this, the county goes by the county rules. It will adhere to the county and then national and state rules, regardless of anything we put in there. So it sounds like we're headed in the direction of, do we approve or disapprove, but we're getting lost in the weeds on a lot of these other things that we have zero control over.
Well,
any other comments? Barbara?
You know,
Sure. Marty, would you accept a motion to take a vote at this time? And then we can work on any specific language at the next meeting.
Are you suggesting a motion where we take a vote on whether our yes or no vote today, and that we put the stipulation that we will come back and adopt conditional language in advance of the next meeting?
If it's approved, if it's not approved, then no.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm sorry. I would like to, if I'm going to approve it, I want to know the language that we're going to use to go with it.
Right. I feel this, you know, to some degree, I feel the same way.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, let's put it to a vote. I'll make a motion that we defer to judgment until
made a motion.
until the next meeting. And
Marty.
that
Marty,
Go ahead.
Barbara has made a motion to put this to a vote. That motion was seconded.
I
So
didn't,
we now have
I'm sorry, I
discussion
didn't
on
hear-
the motion,
I'm sorry,
and
I
then we
didn't
either
hear
have
that.
it or don't.
I'm sorry,
Who
I didn't hear that. Did you make a motion, Barbara?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that to be put to a vote?
Yes.
And the motion has a second?
Yes, second.
Discussion on the motion?
I've already said my piece.
Okay, I like that, the only comment I have is I would like us to, I would like to amend the motion to provide that we have a vote tonight and that we allow additional time to draft based on the comments we've heard today, based on the concerns raised by the task force members, working with Jeff and staff, conditions that we would include in the document which we forward to the Planning Commission.
I don't know how I can vote and add information at a later point. I don't understand that.
I agree.
I also agree with that, so I would say no on the amendment to the motion.
I second that.
I would like some clarification on Barbara's motion. Was it a motion to decide whether we are going to vote tonight, or was it a motion to vote?
It was a motion to vote with the understanding that if there is a yes vote, that we can make the wording of any amendments at the next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Because
If that's the motion, I support that motion.
Don't understand.
Vote on something that's not.
I think we should be consistent as what we did in the first case. I think we should put it to vote.
I believe we should respect the presenter's time, and the first one took us nearly 2 hours, and this one we're roughly at an hour and a half. And so to thank the people for their time, effort, and energy, I think if we were able to decide the first one, we should be able to decide this one, personal interests aside.
Yes.
And I'd like to make an amendment. Can I do that?
Yes, you can.
Actually, under Robert's Rules of Order, her motion had a second. We've had discussion of her motion. It now needs to be voted on to occur, and
No,
then we can do anything else.
the motion is subject to amendment under Robert's Rules of Order. Donna, you can make an amendment.
I'd like to make the amendment that the nomination needs to have stormwater management that can handle the 500-year storm in order for it to be added to the work program.
That's not, that's the county.
And respectfully to my other council or other member on this committee, that's a thing to do if we approve it. That is not an amendment to the motion at which we are debating right now, which is to move forward with a vote on the proposed amendment.
Okay, so the technically the motion on the floor, as described by Barbara, it's her motion, is to vote and allow time to add some conditions at the next meeting.
If it's a yes vote, yes.
Right, and that motion has been seconded. The question becomes, Donna has suggested a specific set of conditions. That's an amendment. Is there a second to that?
I would, so I've already gave my three, I have three conditions, but I have a completely separate motion that I'd like to make, which is putting this up to a vote. And I don't know if I can do this now or we have to make the vote on the other one. I'd like to make this up, do this, bring this up for a vote. The three possible amendments. Analyze storms not for a 500-year, because there's some confusion as to whether it was actually a 500-year flood. I want the storms to be analyzed for the 218 and 2019 years. The tree canopy retention and parking.
I think we should make the amendments very general because we are very early in the process. There are too many unknowns. So amendments, keep them general and vote and move on.
Okay. All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we vote on Jeff's? Jeff, will you make that as an amendment to Barbara's motion?
I don't know if it's possible for me to amend that to Barbara's, because Barbara's just trying to give a, Barbara's trying
getting us to a vote.
Barbara's getting us to a vote.
She's specifically saying yes or no. Yeah, I'm amending to say no. I want to have these three as well. Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there a discussion on that motion?
We are getting really caught up in amendments to something that we're assuming is a yes. We need to present this to an overall yes or no, up and down vote first. And if you all vote yes, then afterwards, if you guys want to next week, before the next meeting rather, get into some of these amendments that you'd like to do, we'll put it on the schedule, we'll reserve the time for it. Y'all can hash out whatever conditions you want to attach to the yes vote. But we're just trying to get to a yes and no today. So
well,
I am
that's just
saying
your
no
opinion,
to Jeffrey's amendment.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is there any further discussion on Jeff's amendment? Okay.
And technically, I think we have to vote on the first. First,
we do.
We're going to vote on your amendment. We're going to vote on your amendment. Jeff, let's try it with the yeas and nays. Those in favor of Jeff's amendment, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Aye.
Yes.
Those opposed say nay.
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 That was pretty close. Let me call the roll. Hold on a second. Robert?
Nay.
Say it again, Robert. I'm sorry.
No.
No. John, to the booth?
Nay.
No. Jeff?
Yay.
Alice?
Yay.
Yes?
Yes.
Barbara?
No.
Dave?
No.
Donna?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ed? Faye?
Nay.
Yay?
Nay. No.
No, I'm sorry. Vinod?
I'm confused. I am abstaining.
Abstain. Okay. Jan Keys?
Yes.
Yes. Karen?
No.
No. And I will vote no. Does anybody take a tally?
As a point of order, Marty, the chair would only vote in a tie.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no's.
Yeah, it's seven no's to 5 yeses
5
and
yeses.
1 abstain.
So the amendment fails. It brings us back to the main motion. It's Barbara's motion to vote tonight and allow the opportunity to come back at the next meeting to add our concerns, conditions, what have you, before we send it to the Planning Commission. Are there any further amendments to the motion?
Marty, just for clarity, what we are saying is that we are voting to advance this to the work program, subject to additional language to be added at a later meeting of the task force.
Correct. We will not transmit and I will not sign the document until we have agreed on that language.
Exactly. Okay. I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Okay.
Thank
Are
you.
there any further amendments to the motion? Want to call the question? Okay, let's vote on the motion. So what we are voting on now is yes or no. And if we vote yes, we have a vote and we have an opportunity to add our comments later. I'm going to call the roll. If Jeff, if you would, you want to put your thing up to do that?
No, this is just to call a vote. This is not a yay or nay vote.
No, I'm moving the question.
This is a yeah or no vote, right?
This is a yay or nay vote.
Yes.
This is a yay or nay vote. Okay,
We haven't voted on Barbara's motion yet.
we're voting on that now.
Okay, but I'm not voting, but I'm not recording that in my document.
Record it. We are voting now on Barbara Burgess's motion. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I gotcha. I'm sorry, you're right. All those in favor of voting on Barbara's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
It appears that the ayes have it. Don, are you okay with that? You were the couple nay vote. Okay. Now we are voting on Barbara's motion. Correct? We're voting on the yays and nays.
No, we didn't. We just had Barbara's motion. Now we're actually voting on the actual.
We're voting the yays and nays now. Okay.
Yes. Let me share.
Okay. So Barbara's motion has passed. We have decided that we are going to vote the yays and nays, and after that vote, we are going to come back next week at our next meeting, rather, to consider additional conditional language on the document.
It's an impossible situation. All right.
Jeff, do you want to put your screen up, or you want to just have the vote?
Yeah, putting it up. What am I sharing? There we go.
Right. Okay. Okay. The vote is on the question of whether the task force will move forward, is in favor or not of moving this forward in the process. And if I can find my list, which I just had in front of me with all the names on it. What happened to it? Hey. Huh. I'm sorry. Bear with me a second. I had it right here. Okay, again, in order of that our names appear on the membership roster. Robert Chamberlain.
Nay.
Joshua Booth.
Aye.
Jeff Longo.
Aye.
Alice Wang.
Aye.
Barbara Burgess.
Yes.
Dave Nguyen.
Aye.
Donna Jacobson.
Abstain.
Aye. Bill Likos.
Yes.
Yes. Ed Fai.
Yes.
Yes. Vinod Gupta.
Yes.
Jan Keys.
Aye.
Karen Geyer Smith.
Aye.
And the chair will vote, reluctantly vote aye.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. Do I have this right? So I have 11 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstain.
That's what I have.
Okay.
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 Well, that was a little messy, but I think the vote represents a general awareness among the members of the task force that number one, affordable housing is a significant priority in the county. That affordable senior housing is a significant priority in the county. That the church has been a valued member of the community and is a good faith actor, and is trying to do something that is consistent with its mission and its ministry. And we appreciate that, Reverend Moore. You've been in off and on discussions with our community for a very long time. I hopefully, as we come back at the next session with some of the conditional language, we will be able to, sufficiently address at this point in the process with the limitations that have been outlined, but we'll be able to sufficiently address the concerns of the surrounding community so that we can go forward with this project with a great deal of support and confidence that it can be done in a way that makes the broader community a better place to be. So I thank the other task force members for slogging through that messiness a little bit, but I think we've got ourselves in a good place to move this thing forward in a way that will save us some time and some concern and some question going forward down the road. So thank you for that.
So as an item of order, so when in our agendas are we going to hash out these, any additional language?
Michael, I would ask if staff could take the role of soliciting some input and feedback from some of the task force members, and I'd be happy to work with you to draft some of that. I invite other task force members who want to be involved in that as well. We can hopefully accomplish that over email. We're not writing the Magna Carta. We're writing a few short paragraphs at most, perhaps even a few short bullets.
So you all are more than welcome to forward any correspondence to me, and then I can forward that correspondence to you all. We of course won't be able to really hash that out until you all come back together again. That has to be done in the public forum. I will offer that you still have your last meeting date to do that. There may be some concerns about using the time at the next meeting. We sort of allotted 2 hours tonight, and we went a little bit beyond that, which is fine.
Right.
To be mindful of the exit of nominations. I'll leave that to you all.
Well, okay. I mean, so what you're suggesting is we cannot do a collaborative process because of sunshine meeting requirements and that sort of thing. I appreciate that. Would the task force be comfortable with, well, I don't know what, that's a tough one. I'd be happy to sort of take a first hand at drafting something or ask the staff, based on what we've heard tonight, to take a staff at drafting something that we can consider when we next meet again publicly. And obviously individual task force members are free to share their concerns and with staff as they step through that process. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah.
Yeah, Marty, I think that makes sense. If you can just kind of draft some language and then we can, in our fourth meeting, because I think it'd be just, we would take too much time away from the other nominations if we do it time. So.
Good. Again, I don't think this is, go ahead, Penny. I'm sorry.
This is Penny Gross. I'm just having a lot of fun here tonight. I've been listening to every word. On the open meetings piece, the individual, as I understand it, individual members of the task force can communicate with county staff. So they can communicate with Michael and with Jennifer and so forth individually. You cannot communicate with each other, but you can send your information to the county staff directly. And you have to be very careful also, Marty, in talking to other people that are on the task force, but you can do that one-to-one with county staff.
Can we not do that one-to-one with task force members, only having the conversation would only involve 2 and not 3? I remember the old meetings I was involved with.
Yes, you could, but you have to be very, very careful with that. Right. So that's why I'm suggesting it might be best to do just the staff. In fact, if you do something if you want to provide some language to Michael can get it to the task force, but you can't get it to them yourself.
Well, I understand that, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
But you can't do a sort of you can't do a draft by committee. You can't do it by committee.
You can't do a group email, right? That's right. I understand that. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
And just real quickly, I know some people were saying some of what we were talking about, the county has standards for, but can't we still say we recommend that, different standards?
Let me weigh in on that again. Essentially, you could recommend different standards, but if it's not in an ordinance, it won't fly. There could be things in the rezoning application, the rezoning approvals, if it gets that far, it would be development conditions. But for instance, I heard people talk about, to have it have the stormwater meet the 500-year storm. There's no scientific engineering that handles a 500-year storm. You could do it, but the concrete and everything that would have to handle the 500-year storm would be massive. And it isn't part of what we do in the county. There are certain standards, there's certain ordinances, there's certain building requirements, but beyond that, it would be sometimes almost arbitrary and capricious if we tried to impose that, if it's part of the county's requirements of the county.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, is there any other business up before we close out? Noah, Reverend Moore, thank you for your time tonight. I know you were here early, and we've kept you late. But I think that this you've heard of some good discussion both of the task force and of the community. Reverend Moore, I know the community will take you up on your offer for an engaged and iterative process. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it.
Any other comments from task force members?
Just about the analysis, I think the idea of these stormwater analysis is to just get more information about these what these potential developments could entail to further empower future task forces as they analyze these proposals. And that's what some of these is behind this.
Okay, we'll work through that.
Yep.
Through Michael. Any other comments? Well, before I ask for a motion to adjourn, thank you for everybody, the task force members. I know this one was very close to my heart and to my property line, so it was one I had a very specific interest in. But I appreciate your allowing me to sort of work through those issues.
Can I motion that we adjourn? I'm sorry, I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning.
That's the issue. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I just did.
I second.
Second. Well, everyone, good night. I have a root canal at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I'm also looking forward to getting to sleep as well.
Okay, bye.
Thank you all.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.